treatments that you can use. So let's talk about that very briefly. The difference between a good natural treatment protocol and a good retreatment is that the natural treatment protocol will kill cancer cells, which the good treatments do as well. But these natural treatments don't healthy cells, so you don't have the side effects. Because if cancer is a compromised immune system, cancer results when people have an immune system that's compromised. I get that across the board from almost every doctor that I talk to is that cancer can't exist if the immune system is working properly. How can you cure it by chemotherapy drugs that kill the immune system? How can you fix it with radiotherapy that devastates the immune system? You might get a short-term fix, but in the end, the cancer typically comes back. Why? Because you devastated the immune system. While you might have killed that cancerous tumor, you might have killed the cancer cells, you also killed your own innate method of tracking down pathogens and killing them. So you might get a temporary remission, but I'm not exaggerating. At least 100 people in the last year have contacted me and have said, "Hi, my mother, my father, my brother underwent chemo and radiation. They said you're in remission. The cancer was gone." A year and a half, 2 years later, and the cancer's back. But it's not just lung cancer now. It's in the lymph nodes. It's in the brain. It's in the breast. It's in the prostate. It's through the bloodstream. It's everywhere. And they've said they're terminal. But they told us a year ago it was in remission. Why? Because they devastated the system with treatments. So we don't have to devastate the immune system. So there's two sides of the cancer treatment coin that you have to have an effective long-term control for cancer. One, they need to be cytotoxic. They have to kill the cancer cells. Two, you need to stimulate or modulate the immune system because your body is what's going to cure cancer in the end and control the cancer, not the treatment. The treatment is going to give your body what it needs for the immune system to function properly, and the immune system does the work. So do these treatments cure cancer? No. What they do is they give your body what it needs. So your body does. Okay. The fact is that everyone in this building right now is developing cancer cells on a daily basis. Anywhere from 5,000 to 10,000 cancerous cells are produced in everyone's body every day. But a normally functioning immune system is able to flag them, tag them, kill them. Okay? You're able to take that cancerous cell, control it. But when we get an immune system that is compromised, that's when the cancer can get a foothold in the body. Tumors are not the problem. Tumors are a symptom of the problem. Not to say that sometimes you don't need a tumor burden to be cut out. If you have brain cancers, many brain cancers need to be removed because there's no place for the tumor to expand. But most of the time in most cancers, the tumor is not the problem. The tumor is a symptom of the problem, but it's not the problem. This is a quote. I'm going to go put Dr. Denzel in 5 minutes, so I'm going to really read it fast. When a patient is found to have a tumor, the only thing the doctor discusses with that patient is what he intends to do about the tumor. If a patient with a tumor is receiving radiation chemo, the only question that is asked is how is the tumor doing? No one ever asks how the patient is doing. In my medical training, I remember well seeing patients who were getting radiation and or chemo. The tumor would get smaller and smaller, but the patient would be getting sicker and sicker. At autopsy, we would hear, "Isn't that marvelous? The tumor is gone." Yes, it was, but so is the patient. How many millions of times are we going to have to repeat these same scenarios before we realize that we are treating the wrong thing? Tumor is a symptom of the problem. It is like your check engine light in your car. If you have a check engine light that's going off in your car, do you take it and smash it? Right? Good. But does that mean your car's safe? It doesn't. It means you just got a warning signal. And so now you no longer have to think about it. And there's probably people that smash the check engine light. I've thought about it a couple times. I got a Dodge Ram, and it goes up all the time because there's nothing wrong with the car. I've had it checked out. I said, "There's nothing wrong. We just can't turn the light off." I felt like smashing it. But if you really didn't have a problem, would that cure anything? It wouldn't fix the problem. You just don't know about it anymore. We don't want to smash the check engine light of our bodies if we have cancer, which is a tumor. We want to fix the root problem. By Jove, I think I found a cure for cancer. And cut up for funding, the heck you have. And that's the cancer industry. It's a big business, and you remember that. GMOs. We need to avoid GMOs at all costs. I'm going to go through this very, very quickly. Who knows what GMOs are? In California, you probably do. We had Prop 37 that tried to pass and didn't pass, but we need to label GMOs because the biggest long-term study that's ever been done on GMOs was published in 2012, and they determined definitively that genetically modified organisms, corn, soy, canola, all these GMO crops are causing cancer in the laboratory rats, period. There was no difference between those studies that they performed and the studies that Monsanto performed a couple of years ago to show that they were safe. Did I say Monsanto? Sorry about that. You know, I get them mixed up. But so Monsanto performed all these studies on GMOs to say that they were safe. But Monsanto always pulled the plug at 90 days before the rats could get the tumors. The Seralini study out of France, they carried it out to 2 years. They used the same kind of rats, they used the same number of rats, the same exact study parameters. They just made it go longer. And they found out that by the time the study was over, 80% of the rats had died, and the ones that were left had cancer. GMOs are causing cancer. You got to stay away from GMOs. Don't have a lot of time to go into the details of it, but you look at corn, soy, cotton, canola, papaya, alfalfa, sugar beets. That's a big one. How many of you see sugar in your food? If you buy processed foods, you've got genetically modified organisms. You've got high fructose corn syrup, corn solids, and so forth. You've got sugar. Sugar, if it's not from beets, if it's not from cane, if it's from beets, is genetically modified now. What product that's processed does not have sugar in it? All of them have sugar. And to boot, sugar feeds cancer cells because cancer cells are anaerobic. They ferment glucose, sugar, to provide their energy. So you're not only eating something that's potentially genetically modified, but you're also feeding cancer cells because you're giving them what they require to live. Hemp is a treatment that I love to talk about for cancer. It's a very effective treatment for cancer. It says here I got like a minute 45, so I'm going to run through hemp in about a minute. All of the studies over the last 30 years that have been done on hemp have showed that it is effective at treating up to 12 different kinds of cancer: prostate, lung, breast, pancreatic, uterine, cervical, biliary tract cancer, and so forth. There's about 12 different types of cancer that hemp is effective. The founding fathers all grew hemp. These are quotes up here by the founding fathers about growing the hemp plant. It's medicinal, it kills cancer cells, creates apoptosis in the cells, it stops the blood supplies, angiogenesis of cancer, it is effective at treating epilepsy, it is effective at treating multiple sclerosis, many other autoimmune disorders. The literature is replete with studies that show that medicinal hemp is effective at treating cancer. It's one of the best treatments for cancer, if not the best, that I know of today. That's why I think it's so important to become empowered with knowledge about this, because what do you hear? Medicinal marijuana. Oh, you're a pothead, right? There's about 25,000 uses for the hemp plant, only one of them smoking. There's a lot of other medicinal uses, and there's a difference between CBD and THC. CBD is cannabidiol, THC is delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol. They're two chemical constituents or cannabinoids that are in the hemp plant. But you can get CBD oil that's not psychoactive, so which means it won't give you a head buzz, it won't make you high, but it will give you all of the medicinal effects. Right now, not only in California, but in all 50 states, hemp is an amazing treatment for cancer. I got 30 seconds here. Let me run through. Hemp. Selenium. There's been many studies that have shown that there's a direct relationship between, or an inverse relationship between cancer and selenium. The more selenium that somebody intakes, the less cancer, the less selenium, the more cancer. But there's many epidemiological studies that have been shown on that. Let's see, vitamin B17 Laetrile. I don't have time to go through the story. Apricot kernels, Dr. Contreras uses that. You'll hear more about B17 over the weekend. Enzyme therapy, Dr. Nicholas very effectively uses enzyme therapy for cancer. Vitamin D, go out and get you some sunlight. Sorry, I don't have detoxification. Didn't even get into. But if you've got a compromised immune system that has resulted from toxicity, doesn't it just make logical sense that you would want to heal your body? It makes sense to me. Your toilet stops up, you call the Roto-Rooter guy to get rid of the waste. You should do the same thing with your body. There is an order, it's in the book, Cancer Step Outside the Box. I'll be signing books afterwards, and if you've got a cancer success story you want to share with me, I'd love to get it from you. Here's pretty funny. Exercise is very important too. What fits in your busy schedule better? Exercising an hour a day or being dead 24/7. Exercise is very important. And if you want a six-pack, you don't have to exercise. Up against the fence. And remember, there's always hope. Here, get a hold of me. Something oncologist hear you. Charlotte Gerson was quoted as saying she was told by an oncologist that she was providing false hope to cancer patients, just spreading false hope. And she said, the typical oncologist, are guilty of spreading false fear, what was the exact quote? False despair. You are guilty of spreading false despair. Don't let somebody give you false despair. There's always hope. Cancer doesn't have to be that simple. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Pleasure to have you. You can do things all weekend. He will be during the breaks at the author signing table, signing books for you. Very, very happy to have you with us again. Dr. Susser. Ladies and gentlemen, I do want to call your attention to the biographies. We do have copies of these in the registration area, in the foyer. These have obviously identifies with pictures of all our speakers, and in addition to the information about the speakers, it has their contact information. So again, something that we want you to see. Pick those up. And we do need a couple of minutes in between each speaker to reset all the equipment. And we do have a lot of exciting things. High Bollinger mentioned hemp. We have speakers on hemp oil products this weekend. And we do have a couple of exhibitors. So we encourage you to look at those. And again, we come in here and you get information. Then you go to the exhibits and you get the solution or the answers on how to implement the problems and the questions and the things that we discussed in here. And if you're not familiar with our tour of the Tijuana Cancer Clinics, we have one going on Wednesday. There'll be a yellow form on the registration table, and I know there's still a few seats for Wednesday. And then we also have plenty of seats on Saturday, September 3. Again, people can go see the clinics before cancer or make a decision. And I would like to tell people that the state of California believes that this tour is important enough that it allows the Cancer Control Society to give nurses and dentists in California 15 units of continuing education. The state of California believes that this convention is important enough to nurses and dentists because nurses and dentists can receive continuing education by coming and participating in this convention. So we hear a lot about quackery, and Ty talked a little bit about that. But there are responsible people that recognize the value of what we're doing. So Harold, I want to let you know that we're about ready to start. Also, we're actually streaming this program live over the internet today, going to all parts of the world. Very first time, I want to thank Dana Gorman for her efforts in that. And if you were here yesterday, we helped co-sponsor Autism Tribe Conference in another part of the hotel. And we will be talking more about some of those things as the weekend goes by. All right, we're ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, really a pleasure to have you and our next speaker, Dr. Murray Susser. And before I call him up here, there's some other names that are associated with him that I would like to just mention. Robert Atkins, Harold Harper, and Charles Farr. And if you're too young to remember those names, I encourage you to pick up the biographies and do a little research on those particular people, because they have a very, very profound impact on our movement and, of course, on our next speaker. Dr. Murray Susser, medical doctor, has a practice here. He's one of the pioneers in this entire movement, and again, we're very happy to have you here again. Dr. Susser,
yeah, thank you. Hello, everybody. It's nice to be here. Lorraine Rosenthal and Troy Prince, it's a great way to bring this all together. And when I've spoken things, meetings like this, I've always tried to give something to take home that you can actually use. Much of the stuff, when I'm reading back on vitamin C and cancer, there's a tremendous amount of scientific information in the literature. Tremendous amount of scientific stuff. And it's all very important, and it's all very useful, but I'm just going to get taller. If I could have done this, I could have been in the NBA. The National Basketball Association, for those of you who are not sports-minded, I had 3 letters in high school basketball and 3 letters in high school chess. And if I'd have been 6'1", I'd have made it. I'd have got a scholarship. Anyhow, back to vitamin C and cancer. How does vitamin C relate to cancer? And how can you maybe prevent cancer using vitamin C? By the way, I'm not allowed to use vitamin C to treat cancer, and it's illegal. I can use vitamin C to treat a patient with cancer and treat the patient but not the cancer. The laws are kind of strange. The legal things are often technicalities. But vitamin C and cancer have a lot of history together. How do I change the slide? How do I change the slide? The slide bar. That's forward. That's easy enough. Okay. Is there a connection between vitamin C and cancer? My estimation is absolutely. Vitamin C has been shown by many doctors, many patients, many researchers that it relates to cancer in a very distinct way. And so I chose, of all the information literature, I chose to discuss the work of 4 prominent doctors: Fred Klenner, Linus Pauling, Robert Cathcart, and Hugh Reardon. These are all great researchers, great clinicians, except Linus Pauling was not an MD. Now, Linus Pauling was a PhD with 2 Nobel Prizes, and I was talking to Patrick Quillen before. He should have had at least 2 more, maybe 3. And he was one of the leaders in the field of vitamin C and cancer. So let's talk about Fred Klenner first. Fred Klenner. Fred Klenner is how many of you have heard of Fred Klenner? Not many. Fred Klenner is an unsung hero. He was a doctor in Reidsville, North Carolina. Came from Pennsylvania originally. When he was young in Pennsylvania, in the 1918 flu epidemic, people were dying like mad. You might recall that there were at least 20 million, get that, 20 million worldwide deaths from that flu. And Fred Klenner lived in a small town in Pennsylvania. His family didn't get the flu. Everybody else in town got the flu. A lot of them died, and Fred Klenner didn't. And his family didn't get it. And they had a tradition in his family where when they were sick, they drank a herbal tea called Bonicet, spelled Boneset. And Klenner's family didn't get sick using the Bonicet tea, but he got so he could study it. He said, what's different about it? Well, it was acrid, it was bitter, and it had 5,000 milligrams of vitamin C in a cup. 5,000 milligrams, that's staggering in an herb. And he started to study it more scientifically. He gave it intramuscularly, intravenously. When he gave it intravenously in high doses, so people got damaged their blood cells and their blood would turn somewhat blue. And it turned out that it wasn't from the vitamin C at all, it was from the preservative, which is often the case now. Ty Bollinger had lots of talk about preservatives. So he didn't have any vitamins, any damage from the vitamin C. He arranged to have vitamin C intravenously without preservatives. And that was a giant step because that gave us the ability to use 100,000 milligrams of vitamin C, sometimes 200,000 in rare cases, but commonly 25,000 or 50,000 or 30,000. So Klenner was the discoverer of that issue. So how many of you know of somebody who got a large dose of vitamin C intravenously, like 25,000? Okay, that's because of Klenner. And so this is something you can take home. That if you, Klenner showed that vitamin C could stop terrible diseases like toxic shock syndrome and advanced pneumonia, and had a tremendous impact on cancer. So megadose vitamin C was the baby of Fred Klenner. And who else found out about that? Linus Pauling. Okay. It's hard for me to believe that Linus Pauling is not one of the great heroes of all time. He really is. I have his book in my pocket. It's Vitamin C and the Common Cold. But in it also discusses some of the aspects of cancer. And Linus Pauling did a landmark work in cancer therapy with vitamin C. And it wasn't cancer. He worked with a doctor from Scotland named Ewan Cameron, who was a surgeon in the British health system from Scotland. And Ty, I don't know if you knew this. Are you here, Ty? That in the United Kingdom, the health system was run by the government, of course, socialized medicine. And it turned out that there was that the British health system decided that chemotherapy on solid tumors didn't work. So Ewan Cameron was running a ward for cancer patients, for terminal cancer patients, and it was kind of like just a caretaker ward. And they had really good statistics on how long these people should live. And so it turned out that Ewan Cameron and Linus Pauling got together, and they started giving these people, after much thinking and planning, 10,000 milligrams of vitamin C a day orally. 10,000 milligrams. Okay. 10,000 milligrams of vitamin C orally. And he took, and they did statistics on these people, how long they lived. And he found that they had a 30% increase in life expectancy. Well, that's pretty strong for chemotherapy. But the 30% increase, if you think in terms of actual days, it wasn't all that much. So these people had maybe 2 or 3 months to live. A 30% increase was maybe a month. An extra month is nice to have, but it isn't really startling in the overall picture of treatment and life and quality of life. So their research showed that. But there was one startling thing that was not emphasized enough, I think. Of these hundreds of patients that they treated for years, 8 years, 8% of them were still alive after 8 years with no sign of cancer. So 8%, if you had a chemotherapeutic agent that would give 8% with no toxicity and no sign of damage to quality of life, and you had a chemotherapeutic agent like that, it would be $1 billion drug. The Charles Martel from Johns Hopkins, doctor, MD, highly rated, highly recognized, very, very powerful in medicine, politically and philosophically, and he hated vitamin C. And he hated the idea of treating patients with vitamin C, and he wanted to destroy Pauling's study. That's what I say anyway. That's what the common knowledge is now. So in medicine, if you publish a study that shows something valuable, it isn't really valid until somebody else independently repeats that study and gets the same results. So Charles Martel said he's going to repeat the study. Well, the conditions of the Pauling-Cameron study were that the patients had no chemotherapy, and that they never stopped the vitamin C once they started. Because when they stopped the vitamin C, then they would go ahead and die at the normal rate. So they wanted there was no stopping and no history of treatment with chemotherapy. Charles Motel said, well, we're going to repeat that. And he repeated the study, except he stopped the treatment after 75 days, and the patients went ahead and died, as Pauling and Cameron predicted. And so he didn't repeat the study. He also treated people who had had chemotherapy already, and that's negated the study. But when Pauling and Cameron did the study, they had those results. They had 30% increase in life expectancy, and 8% of the patients were alive 8 years later. So that's, in medicine, if you're alive 5 years later, it's considered a cure. So they had a definite cure rate. So, and now Linus Pauling, who was one of the most prestigious names in science, wrote a letter to the New England Journal, which published Mertel's study. And he wrote a letter saying, this is what happened. This is why Mertel's study didn't work. He didn't repeat the study. The New England Journal of Medicine never published the study, never replied to Pauling. I was at a meeting with Pauling, and he gave us this information verbally. And Pauling was a great philosopher in his own way, and he kind of shrugged it off. He shrugged a few things up. Pauling, to me, is the greatest nutritional scientist of the century. And thank you. And we were walking after his lecture. We were about 4 or 5 of us walking with him, going to lunch. And I had always been curious about. He always said that ascorbic acid, vitamin C pure, was all you needed. You didn't need any bioflavonoids. You know, he never said anything about bioflavonoids. And I like bioflavonoids. They're nice. And so I grabbed Linus and said, listen, Linus, what do you think of bioflavonoids? He goes, in his inimitable way, utter nonsense. He'd never studied it. There was no scientific data on that. So he used his scientific decision. He made a scientific decision instead of an observational decision. I see a lot of good stuff with bioflavonoids mixed with the vitamin C. But what this teaches me is here's Linus Pauling, one of the great thinkers of all time, one of the great nutritional thinkers, especially of recent time, and he moved when it came to bioflavonoids. So even the most brilliant people we have some clay in their feet. So that was my experience with Linus. But he was brilliant. I got him to speak at our ACAM meeting when he was 93 years old, and he stood up in front of the audience for an hour with no slides, no cards, just talked off the top of his head. And I said, Jesus, I would change brains with him right now, even up, except I would feel guilty for cheating him. So anyhow, Linus was wonderful. And Linus, take the work of Linus Pauling and the work of Fred Kletner, we have tremendous effect on cancer. Now, here's one of the strongest take-homes you can have. Robert Cathcart and the bowel tolerance protocol. How many of you know about Robert Cathcart? This is a good take-home. This is maybe the best take-home of my presentation. How many of you know of taking vitamin C to bowel tolerance? Okay, that's Cathcart's work. Cathcart figured that out some years ago, maybe 15 or 20. I think he's from San Jose area. And Robert Cathcart said that if you take vitamin C to the saturation limit of your body, that you'll get bowel dysfunction, like gas and diarrhea. So diarrhea was his cardinal sign. I think there's more pleasant ways of figuring out what you need, but diarrhea is pretty strong. So, but Cathcart figured out that if you take vitamin C to bowel tolerance, then you back off. So from that intolerant level, I guess it's taking vitamin C to bowel intolerance. Then you go back to bowel tolerance, and that is a tremendous technology. And if Cameron and Pauling had had that technology instead of the straight 10 grams a day technology, their study would probably have been even stronger. But anyhow, Cathcart also found that if you had somebody who was taking vitamin C to bowel tolerance, and that person got the flu or an intestinal upset of some sort, and got diarrhea from a flu, an intestinal flu, if you increase the vitamin C beyond the bowel tolerance level, it'll stop the diarrhea. Now that sounds like a paradox, but it isn't a paradox when you think about the action of vitamin C. So this is something that all of you can do without talking to any doctor. You can just check your reaction to vitamin C, get a good powdered vitamin C, take it in doses of 5 or 10 grams a day, and you can go up to, well, Linus Pauling in his later years was taking 23 grams a day, or 23,000 milligrams a day. So you have that as a take-home, that you can use that information to get rid of colds, flus, and maybe if you want to do it in a preventive way, it's one of the least expensive and probably most reliable ways to prevent cancer. Okay, now we get to Hugh Reardon. Hugh Reardon, let me see something here. Hugh Reardon is an MD in Kansas who got interested in intravenous vitamin C for cancer. And Reardon, for various reasons, figured out that you had to give really giant doses of vitamin C rapidly to get the best effect. What does vitamin C do to cancer? Well, we know that the vitamin C breaks down in cells to hydrogen peroxide. A significant part of your vitamin C, when you take it, becomes hydrogen peroxide. You can get hydrogen peroxide, but it doesn't have all the advantages of vitamin C. So some people give hydrogen peroxide intravenously, but vitamin C, when it gets in the cancer cell, part of it will convert to hydrogen peroxide, and hydrogen peroxide will kill a cancer cell. So you really did a lot of work on how to modulate it. Well, there was a wealthy benefactor who donated a laboratory to Hugh Reardon for his work. And therefore, when I'm treating a patient, and I want to know how much vitamin C there is in the blood, I have to send the blood to a lab. I don't have my own lab. Well, Reardon had the advantage of having a lab right at the bedside. He could take the blood and say, okay, this is your level of vitamin C. Now, why is intravenous vitamin C preferable to oral vitamin C? Well, that's a game of numbers in some ways. The oral vitamin C, you can only get about 4 milligram%. No matter how much you take orally, you can only get a blood level of about 4 milligram%. If you have that, then you reach the limit, and that's probably when you get bowel intolerance. Intravenously, you can get, with rapid infusion of intravenous vitamin C, you can get up to 400 milligram%. Now that's 100 times higher level. So when people say, why can't I just take it orally? You know, because orally doesn't give you 400 milligram%. Orally gives you, at the most, 4 milligram%. When you get the 400 milligram%, that's when you get the peroxide levels. That's when you get things happening to the cancer cells that kill the cells, preserve the health. And when you take that 400 milligram%, you have to do that, though. It's a challenge, because giving vitamin C in a vein, you've got to have a pretty good vein. You have to have a good intravenous. You have to have a good intravenous needle or catheter, and so so the technology of it is a problem. And Hugh Reardon worked that out. He did numerous studies. I did I remember one of my favorite patients was a lady who had breast cancer in her body and in her bones. And she came to me, and I was using the Reardon technique on her. And Reardon said that for an advanced cancer, you had to give this high-dose vitamin C, which in the high-dose vitamin C could be as much as 100,000 milligrams, and on occasion even 200,000 milligrams in a short period of time, a half hour to an hour. And that's challenging the system. You got to have good technology to do that. But I gave this lady 60,000 milligrams intravenously with the Reardon technique. That means I measured her baseline level of vitamin C, which was about 3 milligrams percent, and I got her up to 400 milligrams percent. I treated, and she could only manage to come in once a week. And she had a lot of bone pain from her cancer. And once she started on this routine, the bone pain disappeared. And her cancer stopped progressing. And everything was going smoothly, and we had a routine, and she was happy, and I was happy. And one day she comes in and she says, there's a terrible pain in her shoulder. And I got a little sick to my stomach. I hope it must be failing. So I got her a bone scan and a CAT scan and checked her shoulder, and her shoulder had no bone cancer in it. It had an arthritis that she developed independently. So I was very much relieved. How many minutes for time frame? Okay. A minute and 47 seconds. Okay, I'm going to tell you a story about Robert Atkins. Frank mentioned that I worked with Robert Atkins, who was one of the great components of alternative health. And we talk about the Atkins diet. That's a high-fat diet, something like the paleo diet. And I was the co-director of the Atkins Center in New York for 3 months, which is how long I could stand New York. But Atkins and I got to be really good friends, and we had dinner every night together for 3 months. And it was especially good for me because he always picked up the check. And one day we were driving out to Long Island on a weekend, and he said, "Susser, how long did it take you to figure out that medicine doesn't work?" I said, Bob, actually, I figured it out the first year. It just hit me for various reasons. He said, "You figured it out in 1 year?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "It took me 7 years." You must have been divinely guided. You're not that smart. So I just have a few seconds left. I'm going to finish right on time. I think I am. Okay. What I want to say is, remember your take-home. Your take-home is vitamin C to bowel tolerance. You can do that on your own. If you have something more severe, more serious, you know that you can use something like the Reardon technique to get the tremendously high levels of vitamin C in your blood and have wonderful things happen with that. Thank you very much, Paul. Dr. Susser, thank you very much.
I enjoyed your anecdote, particularly with the Dr. Atkins. Again, a pioneer. Atkins, we were just about to get him to speak here when he had his accident, slipped on the ice, fell, hit his head, and died. So we never got him here, but we did get to see him at a lot of the conferences that Lorraine and I attend throughout the country. The others that he mentioned, Mel Harper spoke here many times, and then we did get to Charles Farr occasionally as some of the other conferences. But there have been many of the pioneers, most of the pioneers of this movement have been on this stage.
Right. Is there an address for the streaming?
I'll find out. I don't know all the details on the streaming because it's just brand new for us. Something we're just trying to start this year. I believe it is going, and I'll get an address for you during one of the breaks. And then when we do, we will make the announcement. Again, we have obviously the programs, through the clinics, the biographies. Encourage you to pick up the biographies because it has the information on all the speakers. We don't provide them with a lot of time, and so instead of taking all the time to introduce them and tell you all their wonderful attributes, we let you read them. And Harold, I think we're about ready to get started. I want to let you know. And it takes time when we change equipment from one speaker to the next, and so that's why I'm just trying to go in here. And then if you guys reset the clock up here, so that our next speaker can keep track of his time. And we have a timer here, so even when we start a little late, we do want to give the speaker his full time.
It's not high quality.
So we're ready to go here.
It's not. I just don't have
Ladies and gentlemen, certainly welcome to the 42nd Annual Cancer Control Society Convention, Labor Day weekend 2014, here at the lovely Sheraton Universal Hotel, Universal City, California. Our next speaker, Earl Mindell, is somebody that I think I first saw over 35 years ago, after he wrote the Vitamin Bible, and I think he became known for that. Of course, meantime, many books, many lectures. As a registered pharmacist, he's certainly conversant with all of the allopathic drugs. And fortunately for us, the same knowledge he's applied to the natural field. And we're very happy to have you, Earl. And his topic today is Cancer Doesn't Live Here Anymore. Thank you very much.
Well, it's true. Cancer doesn't live here. If you lived in 1900 in this country, in fact, in 1900, 1 out of 20 people will come down with cancer. In 1970, it was 1 out of 10. And for those of you who remember, in 1971, we had a President Richard M. Nixon and the so-called war on cancer. Well, the war on cancer is lost. There's no doubt about it, because in the year today, actually, 1 out of 3 will have cancer, and they predict by the year 2050, which is coming up pretty quickly, that 1 out of 2 Americans will have some type of cancer in their lifetime. Now, you might say, well, it's due because we're living longer. That's true, we are living longer. And some people say it's because of the genes. Well, if it was because of the genes, why is it that the second leading cause of death among children is cancer? Second leading cause. First cause is accidents. So you can see that we've got a long way to go. I wanted to really give you some numbers here of how much money is being spent on cancer, because you don't realize it's a big business. In fact, 40% of the medical students are opting for oncology as their specialty, because they know that's where the medicine is going. In fact, in 2013, 1,666,000 new cancer patients were actually found. So almost close to 2 million people. Typical cancer patient pays between $50 and $100,000 to fighting cancer. We're spending about $50,000 to $100,000 per patient. And the average patient, if they're on a chemotherapy regimen is spending between $5,000 and $7,000. Over $300 billion today is spent on cancer research, and $81 billion for cytotoxic drugs. So you can see it's a big business, major business. In fact, if you look at the media, you can't even say the word cancer because it's all controlled by the establishment. I'm talking about that. The establishment says there's only 4 ways you can treat cancer: chemotherapy, radiation, surgery, and early detection. They consider early detection as prevention. Of course, it isn't really. It's just looking for something early enough. What is cancer? You know, I get this all the time. People say, we talk about this all the time, but what does the word mean? Well, it's an uncontrolled growth of abnormal cells in your body, and cells grow out of control, forming new abnormal cells, and these extra cells may form a mass of tissue called a tumor. So that's what cancer is. There's about 4 different types of cancer, too. There's a carcinomas, begin in a skin or tissue that live in the internal organ. There's a sarcomas, developed in bone, cartilage, fat, muscle, and other connective tissue. And leukemia, which starts in the immune system. And finally, the central nervous system type of cancer that is developed in the brain and the spinal cord. My own sister, who lives in Canada, just came down with a case of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. And she went through 6 chemotherapy regimens, and they supposedly got the fast-acting cancer and the slow-acting cancer, but she has to take 6 more chemotherapy sessions over the next 2 years to make sure it doesn't come back. Because I talked to the oncologist, and he was very honest. I was surprised. He said, we got it now, but the slow-acting will probably come back, so we have to do 6 more chemotherapy sessions. Did it affect her? It sure did. She lost all her hair, of course. She had all kinds of stomach problems. And just last week, she was downstairs in her basement, fell over. Her heart stopped. So you have to remember that chemotherapy is toxic chemicals that are put in the body that kill everything, including the bad guys. There are other ways that we can, of course, attack the situation. You'll hear from the 40 speakers today about different therapies. My real concept here is to show you that there are prevention things, because I really feel that we should be in a position now in the 21st century to prevent problems, not wait until it happens. First of all, it's very expensive to wait until it happens, and secondly, the needless pain and suffering is beyond belief. Just for fun, how many of you here in the audience know someone, a friend, a relative, acquaintance, that has had some type of cancer? Show of hands. Take a look around, guys. Everybody. Everybody. And if the condition is true, by the year 2050, look to your left, look to your right. 2 out of the 3 of you will have cancer of some type. So we've got to do something. And the way to do that is to wake up and start to take the responsibility of, shall we say, cancer prevention in your own hands. And that's not a difficult, actually, that is a difficult thing for people to understand, because most of us have pretty well delegated sickness to someone else. We know what to do when we're sick. We call 911, we run to our emergency room or physician, whatever. But what do we do when we're well and we want to stay well? And that's, I think, the important thing we should really take home from this type of convention. I've been speaking here for 35 years. I don't know, it's a long time. I've been in this field for 50 years, by the way, and it's amazing the difference. People now are much more well informed about the field. They care more, and I think the reason is it's starting to become so ridiculously expensive to be sick that people are starting to say, maybe I should do something to better my health and to prevent problems in the first place. And by the way, I love television. I don't know if you have an opportunity to watch very much. I don't watch the programs, I just watch the commercials. The commercials, if you notice on television, the commercials are about 90% drug ads. And those drug ads are fabulous because there's three different drug ads, by the way. First one tells you the type of condition or disease, and then says, check with your doctor. The second one tells you the name of the drug, but it doesn't go into what it's for. Then they don't have to tell you the side effects. The third ad, my favorite of course, is the one that tells you the name of the drug, what it's for, then at the end of the ad, in a very quick voice, they'll tell you some of the principal side effects. Now, I'm a pharmacist as well, and I'll tell you something. If you listen to those side effects, it's pretty frightening. There's one particular drug they took off the market. They brought it back on, called it black box warning. Twice in the side effects, they mentioned death as a side effect. But I guess it does cure the problem. No doubt about it. You don't have a problem anymore. But they won't say death in the same way. They might say fatal or toxic or sometimes death. Anyway, also, what you don't know, you're probably starting to see, if you are on the web, you'll see that they now are starting to advertise drugs on the web. And they found a loophole, very interesting, that you don't have to put the side effects on the ad unless people click on a little box at the bottom of the ad on the web that says for more information. So you're going to see more and more of these pop-up ads or drug ads. And by the way, there's only 2 countries in the world that allow these drugs to be advertised on the media, and that is New Zealand and the United States. More and more countries, though, are becoming that way because it's a wonderful, wonderful source of income for the media. Anyway, let's talk about 12 cancer-preventing strategies. Proper nutrition and clean alkaline water. I think that's very important. The food should be raw. And you know, it's interesting, if you look at the average plate that Americans eat, nothing's raw. The only thing's raw is maybe parsley, and that's their, no one eats it. You see, the raw food is loaded with enzymes. And try avoiding frying or charbroiling. You can either broil or poach or steam. That would eliminate pretty well all the fast food restaurants. In fact, another good rule of thumb is, the next time you think of going to a fast food restaurant, you're in your car, press the gas and go past it. I don't even go into the parking lots of those places. It's a little frightening to me. I mean, nothing there is alive. In fact, my favorite story was one of the fast food restaurants. They have I think it's called a Happy Meal or whatever. Somebody, unfortunately, forgot where he put this Happy Meal. 6 months later, he found it, and guess what? Nothing had changed. No, it didn't disintegrate. It didn't go bad because it's not real. You see, even the organisms are not that dumb. They're not going to eat something that doesn't have any kind of nutritional value. So think about that next time you go to one of those places. Cruciferous vegetables. Those are the vegetables that have a cross, like cabbage and broccoli and cauliflower and curcumin, and there's veratrol. These are all nutrients. And by the way, in my book, The Vitamin Bible, which I'll be autographing around the corner, I talk about all these nutrients. We need, even the government now says that half your plate should be vegetables and fresh fruit. Yet only 2 servings of vegetables and fruits are consumed by the average American. And I get this all the time. Well, I eat a fruit cocktail. No, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. I had an opportunity Our grandson is 6, and last year they had I think he was in kindergarten, he had a birthday, I guess, a little get-together at the school. There was about 3 other kids that had birthdays the same month. So I went, and I'm glad I did, because of course they served the regular ice cream, etc., but something I hadn't seen before, they had a little containers of all these horrible things, gummies and worms, creatures, whatever it is. They're all basically artificial flavor, colors, and sugar. And I saw something I almost couldn't believe. And of course they gave all the kids a little bowl so they could eat their ice cream, etc. Well, one of the kids went up to the area. He didn't take any ice cream. He just filled up his bowl with all these creatures, these horrible sugary things, and ate that straight. The teachers tell me that after that, they might as well declare the end of the day of school, because the kids are on such a sugar high that they go berserk. And of course, they drop down again in about an hour or so. So that's what we're bringing to the table in America today. Children who are sugaraholics. Of course, most of you are sugaraholics too. That's a whole other story. All right. I think we should be drinking at least 8 glasses of clean water daily. And I mentioned about alkaline water. If you can get alkaline water or have a machine that does that, I think that's the way to do it. But find out how much water you really need. Take your weight, divide it by 2. That's how many ounces you need per day. So if you weigh 160 pounds, that's about 8 glasses of water a day. And of course, you do get some water from the foods you eat too, but it's still good to drink more water. Water is a wonderful substance. Number one, a lot of times you think you're hungry, you'll see water will suffice. So you have these hunger basically faded, so the carbon will go, but with water, it pretty well dissipates. Also, water is important for normalization, and it absorbs some of the fat in the bloodstream. So it's something that we need very much. You could survive about, I don't recommend it, you could survive probably 20, 25 days without eating, but try going more than 7 to 10 days without drinking water. Couldn't do it. Second thing, eat 1 gram of protein per kilogram. A kilogram is 2.2 pounds, which is about 50 to 60 grams a day. Of course, the most important meal, I think, is one we call break fast. We should be getting at least 15 or 20 grams of protein per meal. And if you look at the label, it'll tell you exactly how much you're getting in your product. And of course, high quality fats are important. We've been told that fat is dangerous and detrimental. It's not true. We're talking about organic eggs and meat, olive oil, which is avocados, coconut oil, nuts and seeds. They're all wonderful sources of these quality fats. And of course, another type of fat that we need is omega-3 fatty acids. We're hearing more and more about this, so I'm glad to hear that. Omega-3s, including krill oil, usually from fatty fish such as wild salmon. And that's important because right now about 70 to 80% of the salmon that you see has been farmed. The wild salmon from Alaska will not allow farmed salmon. So if it says Alaska salmon, that's wild salmon. Mackerel, cod, halibut, bass, albacore, tuna, anchovies, sardines are all wonderful sources of omega-3. They do a lot of good to your body. You're a vegetarian, flaxseed and flaxseed meal is a source of omega-3. It's not converted well, but it's still a good source. I spent part of my career, I was on a nutrition board in Switzerland for a company called Nestle. A wonderful opportunity to get to see what the Europeans eat. And in the morning, they will sprinkle the flax seeds on their, in England they call it porridge, we call it oatmeal. So, a good idea is to buy flaxseed or flaxseed milk. It has to be refrigerated because it has a very short shelf life. It oxidizes very quickly. What else? Well, GMO, and that's genetically modified organisms. Avoid them. Eat fresh, organic, non-GMO foods. And I'm happy to say that living here in Southern California, you have the availability of natural food markets that lists on the label if the product is genetically modified or not. The government, of course, will not allow it. There was a vote here in California that was voted down. It was voted down in Washington State. The big boys don't want you to know it's something that's been genetically modified. But to find out if your tomatoes have been genetically modified, the next time you're in a grocery store, pick one up and throw it against the wall. When it bounces back unbruised, you know it's been genetically modified. They make the skin thicker, and also they're making tomatoes squarer so they fit in the box better. Wonderful. Probiotics. Boy, here's something that I remember in the old days. Who ever heard of probiotics? Now all of a sudden it's all over the place. But the problem is, most of the ads you see for probiotics, the organisms are dead. We might add a few left once they finish the product. But in general, you want a live probiotic. It should probably be kept in the refrigerator. It boosts the immune system, and it's also great for digestion. I recommend eating fermented foods such as natto. Anybody know what natto is? Great. If you want to try something different, try natto. It's a fermented soybean. It's stringy, it doesn't smell too hot, and it's just horrible. But it's pretty good for you, and it contains a substance called natto kinase. And of course, how about tempeh? Tempeh is a fermented soybean that could be used instead of hand food. So these foods are well known. Tempeh is the national food of Indonesia, and natto is well known in Korea and Japan. And next week, or about 2 weeks from now, I'm going to Hong Kong and Taipei in Taiwan. And they asked me, what's your favorite food? I said, Japanese or Chinese food. Because Japanese food is very helpful. We find that if you switch over to a Japanese diet, or at least bring some of the Japanese food into your life, you'll be a lot healthier. They drink a soup called miso, M-I-S-O, twice a day. They also eat edamame, which is green soybeans, which, by the way, are grown here. They send them to Japan, they freeze them, and send them back here. Wow. Well, anyway, that's very interesting. Vitamin D, there's been incredible research studies on vitamin D. Anywhere from 2,000 to 5,000 IUs a day. I take a sun bath every day. People say, well, what are you, some kind of a cuckoo? No. You see, we've been told that the sun is our enemy. Keep away from the sun. Well, we have a very light complexion. So what we do is when we go out in the sun, we slather on this SP300 or whatever it is. And you're lucky if you get any type of sunlight getting through the skin, which, of course, works with cholesterol under your skin to produce vitamin D. So take a 5-minute sun bath. There's no doubt about it. They're going to increase risk of cancer if you take a supplement of vitamin D. And by the way, when you're buying a supplement of vitamin D, make sure it's vitamin D3. D3 is a natural form of vitamin D. Get moving. Definitely decreases the risk of cancer. And I've heard every excuse in the book. It's too hot, too cold, too wet, too dry. My hair will frizz, the windy, whatever it is. Get in the habit of parking your car far away from where you work or where you live, and walking. And it's a new world when you walk. All of a sudden you start to see your neighborhood. And we live here in the best climate in the world, and sometimes I'm driving and I see these park paths, walking paths, no one's on it. So get in the habit of moving. And people say, what's the best exercise? You're gonna love this one. Ready? Write this down. 15 minutes of active sex 3 times a day. Unfortunately, it's not very practical, especially if you travel. But anyway, that's another story. 7 to 8 hours of restorative sleep per night. Believe it or not, if you don't get enough sleep, you're going to gain weight. And also, it can help with insulin resistance. Most Americans are not getting enough sleep, and sleep deprivation is getting worse. Try not to drink any caffeinated beverages about 3 to 4 hours before you go to sleep. And caffeine is in a lot of things. Caffeine actually is good, but too much or too late can keep you up. Avoid herbicides, pesticides, and insecticides. Try to detox. And of course, drinking water is a good way to detox. Avoid chemical cleaners and synthetic air fresheners. You'd be amazed. Just go in your home, go beneath your sink. Take a look at all of those products that you have for cleaning, etc. And start reading the labels. Most of the chemicals you won't even be able to pronounce, etc. And yet those are quite readily available all over the household. So be careful of pesticides, herbicides, insecticides. Try to buy organic food. And we're lucky here because it's readily available. I've been in parts of this country where they say there's only one kind of bread, white bread. I mean, is there any other kind? Yeah, there is. Although I do recommend white bread. A little hot water, mix the white bread together. If you have a crack in your plaster, in your apartment or your condo or home, just use that to fill up some crack and paint over it. Amazing. All right. Limit exposure to radiation. Now, this is going to be surprising. Cell phones. I mean, people are walking around 20 hours a day holding a cell phone on their ear. Get one of those earpieces, so at least it has a little bit of distance from it. Wi-Fi stations. If you go to a place that has a Wi-Fi station, you're going to be under radiation. Scans, dental, X-rays. I went to the dentist and they said, we're going to do an X-ray. I said, no, you're not. I don't want you to do an X-ray. CT scans. Fortunately, you remember those whole body scans you were advertising? Wow. You realize that the amount of radiation that you got was probably worse than anything else. And mammograms. If you go on a trip, ask them to pat you down instead of going through those, scans. And finally, cope with stress. Positive attitude. 85% of disease is driven by emotional factors. We're living in a stressful society, and I've got 26 seconds left, so I'm stressed out. We're living in a stressful society. Try to take as good care of yourself as you do your dog, cat, automobile, rose bush, and front lawn. That's all I ask. Be well. I'll be autographing around the corner.
Oh, Charles, thank you very much. And will you be around a little bit signing books and talking to people? Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, again, we're going to take a 30-minute break. And then when you hear the gong, that means there's about 5 minutes to come back in.
So where are you gonna be? Oh, they're coming on Sunday. I'm gonna go see if I can grab some other stuff. How easy. I don't have any more sweaters in the car. Otherwise, I'm gonna go see if they.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this one we got. It's one of the funniest. How's she doing?
Yeah.
You know how to help.
They should have somebody.
Oh, yeah.
They give me my first exposure.
That's true, huh? Yeah. You can do that. Set the parameters you want. You want to work one day on something, you can. Not too much. You can't work at all. It's like an old friend. Hit it back. Yeah, really. Because it would benefit them too, because it's like, oh, well, here's all the stuff you need for it. You know, purchase it up in the register. I know, then we could sell more new people. Yeah. It really is. Be the customer, look at it the right way. Family. Feel late. Why do you think she had to be 93?
She feel fish, she had to take it to the bottom. She had to take it off.
Well, look at this one, never put it away. That was great. There's a map of those buildings that you can tell what's in there for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're going to get started. Harold, please get ready. And for those of you that are here, I'll make this announcement again at the end. In one of the exhibit halls or the foyer was found a notebook. It says, "He is my rock and my salvation and stronghold." Also, throughout this weekend, in between speakers, and I want to plug two books that we have here. One is the DMSO Handbook for Doctors, Archie Scott. We got it very late in the convention last year. One of the best books on the practical use of DMSO. These are available at the book house. Archie Scott will be here later to autograph them. And then the other one is Doctored Results. This is the brand new book by Ralph Moss. And in the evening, on Sunday, tomorrow night, we're going to show a DVD based on this book. So again, Doctored Results, the Suppression of Laetrile at Sloan Kettering Institute. by Ralph Moss, and then the DMSO handbook for Drs. Archie Scott. Please pick those up. We will be talking a little bit more about them. And one last thing, Dr. Chandel reminded me that he's having a drawing. He's at the booth in the back of the room, and free drawing for a cancer profile test. And then also, if people donate to the Cancer Control Society to hit the level, but we'll be talking about that as well, then you can get a complimentary cancer profile blood test, which in my opinion is probably the most accurate, precise test available in the United States today, and actually does pick up early cancer. Harold, we're getting ready to go. As I get the sign from the camera. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 42nd Annual Cancer Control Society Convention, Labor Day weekend 2014. Guess we're in the lovely Sheraton Universal Hotel, Universal City, California. Our next speaker is actually the son of Charlotte Gerson, who's the daughter of Dr. Max Gerson, and for approximately 40 years, Charlotte, 41, when she was here. 41 out of the last 42 years, Charlotte Gerson was the speaker at this convention. And so we're very happy to have her son, who is part of Gerson Media, has worked very closely with his mother the last number of years, and to lose count. Also would like to point out that Howard Strauss is a frequent presenter at the Cancer Control Society in Japan. So Howard, very happy to have you.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming. As you heard, I'm Howard Strauss, not my mother, Charlotte Gerson, who has spoken at this time slot, as you heard again, for 41 out of the past 42 years. The year before last, she suffered a severe fall and shattered a couple of bones in her pelvis. Now, at age 90, that's usually a fatal injury, but not for Charlotte. So a year later, I told people not to write her off. A year later, she was here at this podium addressing you. So that was last year, and actually the year before, she had asked me to come and to fill in for her on about an hour's notice. So that was exciting. But this time I had a little more notice, because this time, 3 months ago, she once again fell, lost her balance, fell, and broke her femur right at the trochanter. Now she's 92, so the recovery process is much more difficult and much more tedious. Once again, that would normally be a fatal injury for a 92-year-old. This time I can't promise you, but she is gradually improving rather than deteriorating, and I wouldn't write her off quite yet. She is a fighter. She does send her regards. She loves to speak to you people, and I do too. I've been here with her for the past 15 to 20 years, carrying books and manning the booth, selling books, signing books, things like that. Driving her up and back from San Diego. But I've been a member of the Gerson effort for quite a while now. As Charlotte was taught the Gerson therapy at her father's knee and in her father's clinics in Europe and in New York, she and Dr. Gerson taught me by exposure, experience, and expertise. Along the way, I picked up other information from my own education at MIT in physics, and my professional life as a computer systems analyst for 40 some odd years. So that when I retired from that industry, and I joined my life to the effort to spread Gerson all over the world, I had a whole extra set of skills that enabled me to actually understand what was going on a much more scientific basis than Charlotte understood. Charlotte understood the practicalities of it. She saw when she did thus and such, the way that Dr. Gerson said, and she also was very intuitive as a healer. She saw how people healed and why they healed and watched them heal. So over the course of her of her career as being Dr. Gerson's successor, she has directly helped tens of thousands of people, and through the publications of her books, which have been translated into many languages. Her latest book alone, Healing the Gerson Way, has been translated into 13 languages, published in 13 languages, from Arabic and Japanese and Korean to Spanish, Italian, and German. So all over the world, people know about this, and there are millions upon millions of people who benefited from it. And we hear from these people all the time with the thanks, blessings. It's certainly enough to motivate us to keep going with it. It's an effort. It's not very well supported zero supported by our government, by corporations, by medical associations, things like that. They are all against us. Nobody wants to heal cancer. They all want to treat it endlessly and expensively. Nobody wants to heal it. So the posts that I've held with the Gerson Institute and with the Gerson effort have been director of the Gerson Institute, clinic founder. I founded a Gerson clinic in Sedona, Arizona. Newsletter editor for about 10 years at the Gerson Healing Newsletter. Clinic administrator, publisher. I publish all of these books. I'm an author. I wrote Dr. Gerson's biography, which won a gold medal last year, and so I'm fairly close to it. I've dedicated my life to carrying on my mother's work, my grandfather's work, and it's very easy, the decision to make. After all, what other thing can I do with my life that would potentially or actually help a billion people? And it will. So my job is spreading the word about the Gerson therapy, and my computer skills and my internet skills and my physics education, they all funnel into it. No piece of knowledge ever goes to waste. And I'm very grateful to that, including my knowledge of languages. My first language was French, then English, then German. So that's all helped. Everything that I've ever learned has helped in this effort. Why is this effort important, though? I mean, why should I dedicate my life to doing this? Well, we are beset on all sides by toxic, debilitating, and illness-promoting threats, from fluoridation, smart meters, cell phone radiation, untested but mandatory vaccines, deadly and untested pharmaceuticals, government-sanctioned and untested GMOs. As you'll probably hear from Dr. Martin Blank, he has excellent information on GMOs. Unregulated and toxic cosmetics that women and even men and personal care products that we put on our bodies, and that are unregulated, which means that manufacturers can put all kinds of toxic chemicals in them without any kind of government interference whatsoever. This results in the ironic result that the very stuff that women put on themselves to make themselves attractive, to attract a mate, to produce offspring with, is the very same thing that will cause that offspring to have birth defects. So many of the chemicals that manufacturers put into cosmetics are teratogenic or mutagenic, cause birth defects, and nobody says boo about it. So mercury exposure far exceeding the EPA limits, ever less nourishing foods, even ever more processed, poisoned, and empty crops. An unholy collusion between government and industry in an apparent, all I can think of to describe it, is an apparent population control agenda. And they are succeeding wildly. If we simply go along with everything we hear from the mainstream media, we are just plain doomed, because the mainstream media repeats the government and big money propaganda without question. Nobody questions it, and if a reporter starts to question, they are shut down immediately by the advertising department of the media. So, if we really look at what these big corporations and what the big government and big industry have produced, we look at a cancer rate that has increased 25-fold in the century since the American Cancer Society was founded. How's that working out, folks? Autism is up 1,000-fold even since I was a kid. When it was a 1 in 50,000 problem, now it's a 1 in 50 problem, autism. And that began when the government removed all product liability, gave them protection from product liability for their toxic preparations. If you think about how many dread diseases, how many chronic diseases have been vanquished in the last 25 years, you'll come up with almost or exactly none. So, despite the billions and billions of dollars that have been spent on medical research, who's minding the story? If anyone. So, despite the general inability of the medical establishment to find solutions to chronic illnesses, in the brave new world of the internet, which, by the way, I was one of those engineers, one of those computer engineers in my former career, who helped make the devices and logic and programs that made the internet possible. And that's one of the things that I did. In the brave new world of the internet, any motivated and curious housewife, policeman, college student, 12-year-old can and often does find means to reverse chronic illness that seems to eternally elude medical science. So if these people in a couple of weeks can find on the internet something that medical science, with all of its research money and PhDs and everything else, fails to, then they must be looking down a very narrow pike and avoiding everything that comes in from any other direction other than that very narrow pike. They certainly ignore, and when brought physically to their attention, talk down or excuse away actual results. They're much more interested in theories, in things that might or could make somebody billions upon billions of dollars, like the pharmaceutical companies. They're not interested in actually curing or preventing the disease that is such a cash cow. So many of these searchers, the people who actually have cancer, the people whose children or parents or loved ones have some kind of chronic disease, some kind of terribly debilitating or painful chronic disease that they've been told is incurable. If these people can find the Gerson therapy and others in a matter of a couple of weeks, why shouldn't, and it's been published in the medical journals, which they constantly deny anyway, why can't medical science find the answer? Well, Dr. Gerson didn't worry about that. He actually started his first case of cancer that he cured was just under 100 years ago. So for 100 years, the cure for cancer has been in practice and has been observed and written up and published by Gerson and by many other people as well. And it's been ignored, it's been put down, it's been suppressed, it's been everything but accepted by the conventional profit-driven medical industry. Now, today, Dr. Gerson, Charlotte Gerson, my mother, had spent her whole life making sure that the Gerson therapy was published, was kept alive, and was not just a historical oddity. She kept Dr. Gerson's book in print and published to the point where there's about 250,000 of those books out there in several languages. At such a point as that book became too much, too footnoted and too old, and too many of the substances that it required were not available anymore, and too many of the substances that were not available then and are available now to be useful, that she updated it and wrote her own version, and that's called Healing the Gerson Way. This book has been published in 13 languages, and that's my job, and we have about 4 more on the way right now. The French contract has been let, the Russian contract has been let, we have 2 Chinese translations ready to go, and we're working on Hebrew and Spanish. So we also have DVDs, we also have booklets, and we go around and we lecture. And as Frank said, I've been on many occasions invited by Frank to come to Japan and lecture up there, where cancer is a growing problem in Japan. So there are Gerson support groups, actually people who want to help each other with the therapy because they can't get any help from conventional doctors. There are these Gerson support groups springing up all over the world, from England, Italy. I just got a letter from a woman in Taiwan. The Gerson support group has about 1,500 people. And the book isn't even in Chinese yet. So there's a lot of need for this. Why? Why is that? Why are people so fascinated with it? Well, it works. The Gerson therapy has actually been reversing chronic disease. And by chronic, really, the word chronic means you're going to have it forever, which contains the idea or the concept of being incurable, right? So if it's incurable, like conventional cancers make, by conventional medical treatment, that is a flat-out statement of failure of conventional medicine to solve the problem. Failure. And yet they keep dispensing expensive and useless and dangerous drugs for the condition, claiming they don't know what causes these diseases. Claiming they don't know what causes it. Well, that means that it might be those very chemicals that they're administering to counter it that are the cause. They don't know. They don't know. So I challenge them to prove that it's not the cause, which means that they would have to prove what is the cause, and get on with business and of healing rather than just fooling around. The Gerson therapy works because it uses the body's own very powerful immune and regenerative systems to rebuild and repair the damage caused by a lifetime of physical abuse, to detoxify the body from the myriad toxic assaults mounted by cynical corporations and either incompetent or inimical government agencies that are in our air, in our water, in our food, in our pharmaceuticals. in so many of our areas that we cannot avoid them. That was the whole point. They don't want us to be able to avoid these threats, nor do they want us to even sense them, notice them. So they put them in places and in amounts that are just below the just noticeable difference. And that's the idea of putting a frog in warm water and slowly heating it until the frog boils to death, as opposed to putting it in hot water where it will jump out. So if you very, very gradually increase this stuff, we're going to end up with the effects of the boiled frog. So the Gerson therapy is very simple. It's a simple regime. And although it's very simple, it requires a lot of dedication. It's a lot of work. Because to avoid all the pitfalls that have been set for us, and to find the substances that are unpolluted and that are healing, is a very difficult and tedious process, in some places virtually impossible. I mean, in China and India, it's very difficult, almost impossible to get organic food. So, you know, you require about 15 to 18 pounds of organic food per patient per day in order to achieve the results that are necessary. Well, 15 to 18 pounds of organic material in some places is more than people earn in a year. So it's very difficult to do, although the concept is simple. The concept is that to repair the body, to give it the energy, to give it the substances, to take away the blockages to healing, you have to flood the body with complete, whole, perfect nutrients. And these are organically grown fruits and vegetables that are initially required to be juiced. 13 juices a day, 13 8-ounce glasses of juices a day. That's 104 ounces of juice a day. That's a lot of nutrition that a patient can get by drinking juices that he could never get if you put 15 pounds of raw fruits and vegetables in front of him. He could never eat that much. On the other hand, when you give it to them in a juice where the food value has been separated from the cellulose, from the fiber, then the patient can do it and get all that nutrient in, plus 3 large vegan, organic, salt-free, fat-free meals, plus detoxification, the most powerful detoxification that we know to get rid of all of the poisons that have been accumulated over the past 50 years of a lifetime of abuse. And when you start doing this, then the body starts to recover, starts to rebuild itself. At the same time, it attacks the cancer cells, which can't live on this, and they start to die. Now you have all that necrotic material, all the dead cancer cells that have to be removed. Now, a lot of people have ways of, quote, killing cancer cells, but that's not the problem. Killing cancer cells is not the problem. Cancer cells are a result of our own cells having gone haywire. And they go haywire because of the environment, the physical environment that we give them to develop them. So we give our body, which is regenerating all the time. I did the arithmetic a while ago and published that in the Townsend's letters for doctors and patients. We have 100 trillion cells in our body. We replace almost every single one of those at least once every 18 months. 18 months is about 540 days. So replacing 100 trillion cells in 18 months means that we're replacing approximately 180 billion cells every day. 180 billion cells a day. When you start reducing that down, you get that our bodies are miraculous healing and regenerating bodies are creating at very minimum over 2 million cells to replace dead, sick, expired cells that are no longer going to use. 2 million per second, every minute, every hour, every second of our existence. 2 million cells are created. And so if we give the body the right environment, and the Gerson therapy has concentrated on giving the body the right environment, pretty soon, the 2 million cells a second will eventually replace every sick and dying and dead cell in your body with new material. So on average, 18 months, your whole body is replaced. On average, your body is no more than 9 months old. Some brand new, some 18 months old and about to expire. On average, 9 months old. Everybody is 9 months old. Everybody. Yeah, you're the same person, but you've been replaced little by little, at the rate of 2 million cells a second. So the important thing is to provide your body with the right environment. Otherwise, that tremendous flood of creation will go haywire. It's like a fire hose that nobody is holding, and it sprays all over the place. So what we have to do is we have to give it a completely natural environment, the environment that we grew up with as a species. And we can't do that if we eat GMOs, processed foods, aspartame, the 6,000 different food chemicals, food processing, and so forth. We can't do that. So the Gerson therapy is proof against almost all chronic illnesses. Not just cancer, that's just the worst of it. Advanced cancer, the worst of it. All kinds of cancer, heart disease, stroke, diabetes, arthritis. We have solved those problems, and we offer you the solution for all of those right here, the Gerson therapy. I will be at the Gerson therapy, the Gerson Health Media booth 132 on the floor to talk to people about this, to sign books, to help you navigate your way through what's a good approach to your illness, to your problem. Thank you very much for listening. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Pleasure having you. And if I can get some technical assistance up here to get the computer ready for the next presentation, would appreciate it tremendously. Howard mentioned Cancer Control Society in Japan, and I would like to, I saw Aki Moriyama Sensei, the founder, president of Cancer Control Society in Japan, is over here. I'm going to be talking to him a little later. Just finished, about a month ago, a few months ago, not quite 2 months, 20th Annual Cancer Control Society Convention in Japan. It was I think we broke all previous attendance records. It was tremendous, the excitement and the number of people that are being reached with this same format. And with him, of course, is one of his daughters. He has 4 lovely daughters, and his niece also actively help in promoting the Cancer Control Society in Japan. So please give them a hand, because we're very happy to have them today. Once again, I want to remind you about the DMSO Handbook for Doctors, Archie Scott at the Cancer Book House, which is in the room behind us. And then Ralph Moss's book, Doctor's Results, The Suppression of Laetrile at Sloan Kettering. a tremendous book, and we've talking to you a little bit about that. We have a video tomorrow night, the video presentation of that story. And as you know, we talk about it and you can see them, we're filming all of these presentations. They will all be available on DVD. We also have audio recordings on CD, compact discs, as opposed to a certificate of deposit, but these are better than that because this provides the knowledge. You can listen to it over and over again, and some of us have to do that before we are able to actually internalize it. And I can tell you that it's more economical, more efficient if you just go back and tell them I'd like the whole set. If you purchase the whole set, you have them all. If you go back sometime during the day, you fill out the form, you put down, I think it's about $400, and then you will have this for the rest of the year until we get together next year with new presentations. And Harold, we're just about ready to start. One more introduction I want to make. I want to thank Monica Hedrick for being here. She's been in the front row of this chair for about 35 years, 34 years. I'm very happy to have you. Of course, we always appreciate you. You're the reason that we're here. All of you people that have come in this weekend. All right, Harold, we're ready to go as soon as we get our camera cue. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Glad to have you here. The 42nd Annual Cancer Control Society Convention, Universal Sheraton Hotel, Universal City, California. And this is the Labor Day weekend, 2014. Our next speaker also worked with Dr. Robert Atkins. He was Associate Medical Director there for a time. He's written a number of books. I think you may recognize him as the author of The Hamptons Diet. Very, very popular. And again, it's popular because it's effective. And his topic today is going to be Boost Your Health with Bacteria. Dr. Fred Pescatore, medical doctor, Master of Public Health, and certified nutritionist. Pescatore, very glad to have you.
All right, thanks for having me. I can't believe it took 42 years to actually get here. To be able to be speaking in front of you. And I'm only 35, exactly. So, okay, who of you in this room, before I get started, because I'm going to be talking a little bit differently than maybe what other people would be talking about. It's not going to be a direct X equals Y or P implies Q type of program. We're going to be talking about bacteria and how your health can get dramatically improved with having the right bacteria. So who in this room uses antibacterial hand soaps or carries around those little things with them everywhere? In the car? How many of you have them with you now? Well, you should throw them away because they're not good for you. They're actually detrimental to your health, and they'll actually kill you because there's so much bacteria in our body. And in fact, not only do we have so much bacteria in our body, but there's different bacteria here than on my elbow, than on my back, than on my knee. There's different bacteria all over us. There's more bacteria. There's trillions and trillions of cells of bacteria. There's more bacterial cells in our body than are cells of our body. So they're there for a reason. So we're ending the Human Microbiome Project, which was funded by the NIH. And it was a multi-billion-dollar project, and it was really, we're getting a lot of good information out of it. It's all starting to come out now. While this bacteria is good for us. And we've actually learned some stuff from this. And hopefully I'll have the time to talk about some of those things. So we're going to talk about bacteria and not. So like I said, there's over 100 trillion bacteria in the gut alone. We have good bacteria. It helps us to digest foods, helps us to process and manufacture vitamins, manages and eliminates toxic substances. It kills harmful bacteria. And we have had so far, and I say so far because there's many more to come, I'm sure, identified 2,000 strains of beneficial bacteria. We just don't know what to do with them yet. So we don't, but what I do know is we don't want to be killing them. So some of the common bad bacteria that you may have heard of, well, first one is MRSA. MRSA is a methicillin-resistant Staph aureus. So we have no antibiotic on the planet that can actually kill this bug. And when I was a resident, which wasn't that long ago, we had maybe 1 or 2 cases a year in the hospital. Now up to 70% of all hospital employees are colonized with MRSA. So it's extraordinarily prevalent because these bugs get in, we have nothing to treat them because we tend to over-treat bacteria. So therefore we have nothing but bugs that are resistant to everything we can throw at them because they are inherently smarter than we are. So MRSA is something bad to watch. We know about staph infections and how that affects the skin. We've talked about strep infections. People get strep throats all the time. Your kids, your grandkids, passing it around. We think of it, and what do doctors do? They give more and more antibiotics. And that is a problem. And our next speaker will be addressing that. So I'm going to not necessarily touch so much on the problems with antibiotics so much. Enterococcus, Klebsiella, E. coli, and H. pylori. H. pylori is an interesting one. A lot of people have heard of H. pylori giving us gastric ulcers, stomach ulcers. The treatment for that is, again, what? Antibiotics. And does it always clear the H. pylori? No. So is the H. pylori just an innocent bystander in gastric ulcers? I don't know the answer to that. But it is on the list of common bad bacteria that I would just like to point out because we're already going to get to the good stuff. So what do these bad bacteria do? I mean, bad bacteria basically equals bad health. So if you're overrun with bad bacteria in your body is never going to be able to be healthy. It just can't be. And you're going to have simple things from acne, cavities, gingivitis, heart disease, pneumonia, ulcers we talked about, liver infections, stomach illnesses. I think a lot of people would easily agree with me that, well, if I don't have the right balance of bacteria in my gut, then I'm going to have stomach illnesses, but it's really so much more. It's what those stomach and the dysbiosis and the problem in the bowel that causes things like cancer, that causes things like inability to concentrate, mood swings, stuffed or runny nose, sinus problems, skin irritations, hives, diarrhea, food intolerances, constipation. Sound like anybody you know? I mean, there are lots and lots and lots of symptoms that come from having an imbalance of bacteria in our digestive tract. And our digestive tract is very important because it can lead to, if you have bad thing, asthma. I wrote a book called The Allergy and Asthma Cure. And I basically lump all of these things in together because they really are inflammatory conditions in the body. Cancer is an inflammatory condition in the body, just as eczema, psoriasis, acne, Crohn's disease, depression. High cholesterol. High cholesterol is a direct correlation to inflammation in the body. Cholesterol is actually a healthy byproduct in the body. It is something that is put there when there is inflammation in the body to actually help heal. So when you have oxidative stress, and this is a little, but oxidative stress does lead to cancer cells. When you have oxidative stress on arterial plaque, on arterial cell walls, what will happen is the body will send a message to the liver to let out some cholesterol so that the cholesterol can go and pave over that oxidative stress that we have in the cell wall. So the cholesterol, again, is an innocent bystander in heart disease and not the cause of heart disease itself. But I really wanted to focus on just the underlying level of inflammation that bad bacteria can have. And cholesterol is another one that just gets lumped together in all of this when it really shouldn't. So how does this happen? How do we get this imbalance between good bacteria and bad bacteria? Well, these are the most common uses. Using too many antibiotics, steroid medications, and people are always taking steroid medications, whether they're taking inhaled steroids for their asthma, whether they're putting steroids on their skin because they have a rash or something like that. So steroid medications are very, very common. Excess stress, I'm sure that none of us can relate to that. Poor nutrition. Nobody eats completely 100% well. I would dare to say that poor nutrition is a very, very common cause of getting that imbalance between the good bacteria and the bad bacteria, and serious illness, of course. And serious illness simply because when your body is going through a serious illness, what happens? Your body gets, your cortisol levels go up, your blood sugar levels go up, the insulin levels go up. All of these hormones that really keep everything well balanced, all of a sudden goes away. And these are ways that if we can sort of put some of these things aside, and if we could decrease our reliance on antibiotics and use different types of medications, or not use any medications at all, look for the nutritional supplements that can do the same jobs. Try to deal with stress. And I'll talk about how some of the solutions in a little bit. But common harmful everyday things, air pollution. Air pollution, as I can barely see the mountain across from where I just looked out. I mean, air pollution is a serious issue. But here's an interesting thing. There was a new study that just came out, it was maybe 2 weeks ago, and it was talking about broccoli sprouts. And if you fed these people broccoli sprout concentrate, so they made it into a juice, broccoli sprout concentrate, it got rid of benzene in the body, which is the main component of air pollution, by 65%, which is pretty significant considering it's just broccoli sprouts, which modern medicine would make you think, what's a broccoli sprout? So air pollution is an extraordinarily common, harmful, everyday thing, as is water pollution, soil depletion. We no longer have nutrients in our soil. Chromium, one of the main minerals in our soil, is completely gone, and chromium is one of the main proponents for diabetes. So there's a reason why we have more diabetes in this country. The soil is so depleted of nutrition, thanks to Monsanto. Then we've got hormones and antibiotics in the food supply. So even if you're not taking hormones or antibiotics or anything like that, if you're not eating from livestock, if you're not eating animals, if you're not eating fruits and vegetables that have not been sprayed with things, that have not been injected with hormones, not been injected with antibiotics, guess what? You're getting all of that stuff in our bodies. Estrogens in water, plastics in our food supply. Everything is estrogenic in our society, pretty much. Every chemical you use to clean, the gasoline you put in your car, whatever this is that I'm touching, has a phytoestrogen in it. What they use to clean the seat you're sitting in, all has phytoestrogen. Is there any wonder 1 in 8 women in this country have breast cancer? We are filled with estrogen. And is there any reason why I think there's so many men with low testosterone? It's because the estrogen is tipping the balance. Agricultural pesticides and herbicides, I talked about genetically modified foods. Pretty much most of our main food sources in this country are genetically modified, from wheat, somebody talked about tomatoes earlier, corn, soy, sugar. The 5 main food crops that this country subsists on are all genetically modified, almost 90% and above. Ionizing and non-ionizing radiation, I'm sure other speakers here will talk about that. Smoke and secondhand smoke. So we have a weakened detoxification system. Our body, our gut is not able to detoxify everything that we are assaulted with. And some of the things that increase burden is nicotine, alcohol consumption, prescription and over-the-counter drugs, acetaminophen. Acetaminophen is the leading cause of liver failure in the United States. The leading cause of liver failure is something that people pop like candy in this country, that you can literally buy almost everywhere. Benzodiazepines, which people take, things like Valium and those types of drugs, Xanax, that people think, oh, they're nothing, I see them, something to calm me down. Antihistamines, proton pump inhibitors like the purple pill, and things like that. All of these things that people use most people, I'm not saying people in this room, but that very, very many people just consider, oh, that these are okay. Nutritional deficiencies, low iron. Almost everyone will have low vitamin D levels, even if they live in Southern California. You've got to take advantage of the sun. Vitamin C, vitamin A, not to mention hydrocarbons formed during grilling. It's grilling season. Well, maybe it's always grilling season in Southern California, but where I come from, it's not grilling season all year round. So you get carcinogens that are formed from that. So how do good bacteria help us? They help with our immune system, which is really what we're all here for. Because if we have a healthy immune system, cancer cells can't take root and grow. They help with our digestion. They help with our detoxification and elimination. They help with cellular activity. So our good bacteria really do a lot of good things. Now, the immune system. Why is the immune system tied so closely to the gut? Well, the immune system is tied so closely to the gut because up to 80% of our immune system cells are formed from parts of our gut. GALT, gut-associated lymphatic tissue, which lines our digestive system. This is known. I'm not making this up. This is not something that just alternative medical doctors know. This is what conventional medical doctors are trained to learn as well. They just ignore it. Tonsils. Tonsils play a critical role. But yet, how many people in this room have had their tonsils removed when they were kids? Because, look, we don't need these organs. Let's get rid of them. Adenoids, get rid of them. We don't need them. These are all producing immune cells for us. The appendix, we now know what the appendix does. The appendix actually keeps the good bacteria until we need it, and then it sends out the good bacteria to do its job, and then stores the good bacteria. How many people have their appendix removed in this room? Yeah, I mean, we think nothing of removing organs because we didn't think they do things, but the gut-associated lymphatic tissue is all there. So these are just some of the good bacteria that I think are really super important. And if you notice, there's a number of different ones. There's Bifidobacterium, there's Lactobacillus, there's Streptococcus, there's Enterococcus faecalis. I mean, there's a number of different strains. It's not about taking one particular strain. We've all heard about Acidophilus. But there's a lot more Lactobacillus that are important than Acidophilus. So we need a variety of different organisms to do the job, because our digestive tracts and the healthy flora that's in our digestive tracts are actually different from person to person to person, from where we live, from the latitude, the climate in which we live. There are tons of studies coming out now that talk about, depending on where you live in the country, according to the latitude, will be how many bacteria you have that either promotes obesity or promotes being thin. So we're learning an awful lot about this, but the point of the story is you never want to take freeze-dried bacteria because you don't know if they're going to get into your system and then become live again all of a sudden by some miracle. And you want to make sure you're taking a product that has multiple different strains of good bacteria. Now, this is a very busy slide, but I didn't know 25 minutes goes pretty quickly, so I just wanted to throw out some things there for you. Because studies have shown, and this is just in the last few years, folks, increased absorption of bioavailability of minerals and vitamins, improvement in lactose intolerance, recovery from diarrhea, super important because diarrhea is one of the leading causes of death around the world. It truly is, not in our country, luckily, but in all the developing countries, diarrhea is the leading cause of death. Inhibition of pathogen growth, because it promotes good intestinal flora. Prevention of candida, and I'll leave that with my good friend Doug Hoffman to talk about next. He can talk about how yeast causes so many awful things. Neoplasia, Barrett's esophagus, MRSA. Reduction of gut motility, constipation, irritable bowel syndrome, enhancing specific and non-specific immune response. I mean, you can just read this for yourself, but you can see how there are so many things from osteoporosis to synthesizing vitamins. I mean, this is what keeps us healthy. Our gut is super important. I mean, I didn't even talk about the gut-brain relationship, because all of our neurotransmitters that make us happy, serotonin and all of those types of things, that's also produced in the gut. So if your gut is not working correctly, you're going to be a depressed, unhappy, overweight, cancer-prone human being, not to mention diabetes and all sorts of other things. So we've got a lot to talk about. And this study, I really do want to just take a minute, because this truly happened just the week I was doing this. Daily doses of good bacteria lowered systolic blood pressure, just the top number, by an average of almost 4 points, and reduced diastolic blood pressure by almost 3 points. And that might not sound like a lot, but when it comes to blood pressure, a little bit of reduction goes a long way, because that cuts your risk of dying from heart attack or stroke by 22%. Just by taking daily doses of good bacteria every single day. So 6 steps to good health. We've got food. Other people have talked about food before. Water, hydration. People will be talking about that in the next 3 days. You gotta move. Exercise is important. You don't have to do a lot, but you gotta do it. Sleep, nutritional supplements, and you have to have a balance in your life, not only of the good and bad bacteria, but of everything else in your life. So food, probiotics. You want probiotics for synergistic lactic acid bacterial strains, e.g. CG from green tea, indoles from cruciferous vegetables, Camisol from rosemary, quercetin from onions and apples, eugenol from cloves. These are just many, many things that are out there that are really important components to good health. No sugar, and don't want any bad fats, only good fats in our body. And we know that people will be talking about that for a long time, about good fats. But there's a lot of these things, and I talk about these specific foods because the probiotic that I like, and I guess I'll throw it out here, is it's called Dr. Ohhira's Probiotics. It's a live system, so it's a living, actual system that does not need to be refrigerated. That's the beauty of it. It's been fermented with all of these foods. It's vegetarian-based. It's been a proper fermentation in Japan for 3 to 5 years. The bugs learn to live together. There are prebiotics, so the bugs have their own food. So these bugs know how to live together. They're synergistic. They have their own food. They have bacteriocins, which will then kill the bad bacteria. And then they'll colonize. This is the best part. They will colonize your gut with the bacteria you were meant to have. Because, like I said before, we've all got different ones. And these are some prebiotics that you can eat. And these things should be in your diet. Things like berries and garlic and onions, flax seeds, leeks, dandelions, spinach, of course the ubiquitous kale, tomatoes, lentils, chickpeas, black beans. These are all very important prebiotic foods to keep your gut healthy. Hydration. Somebody already mentioned before, divide your weight in half, assists with digestion, absorption, and use of nutrients. Helps to safely eliminate wastes and toxins. It enhances enzyme activity. Enzymes deplete as we get older. The enzymes to convert, for instance, ALA into EPA and DHA, which are the fish oils. So many of the enzyme systems deplete in our body as we get older. Is that a component of aging, or is it a component that people tend to drink less as we get older? People don't like to drink as much. They don't like to stay as hydrated. Lubricates joints. Because the biggest thing people say to me is, well, I'm not thirsty. Well, guess what? Your thirst mechanism turns off. Your body will turn off its thirst mechanism when you're not giving it enough water to drink. Because that's our body's natural way of just that adaptation. We are basically used to not being able to drink when we want to, not being able to eat when we want to. Our genetics have not caught up that much to the fact that we have, luckily, especially in our country, we're blessed with the ability to eat and drink pretty much wherever we want. So we've got to move. What does movement do? It strengthens the immune system, improves circulation, enhances mood, increases energy, boosts brain function, prevents obesity. It doesn't take that much. It truly is 15 minutes a day of walking to and that's another study I can tell you about. 15 minutes a day of light walking the dog, 10 minutes, actually it's 10 minutes a day, decreases your chances of having declining cognitive abilities. Of 10 minutes a day just walking, you're not going to lose your memory. Think about that. It's a simple thing to do. And moving also supports healthy bacteria. Sleep. Sleep is when all the repair mechanisms get done. Sleep releases hormones, boosts the immune system, energizes our cells, helps us to concentrate, increases our moods, and it supports healthy bacteria. Depression, diabetes, hypertension, memory loss, cancer, all of these things. You have to realize cancer is sort of the penultimate inflammatory disease, oxidative stress. Anytime oxidative stress comes along, our body produces a mechanism to get rid of that. And when you're hitting your body with oxidative stress minute after minute after minute, your body doesn't have time to heal and repair, and sleep is very important in repairing that oxidative stress. So nutritional supplements, my desert island. If I was going to a desert island and didn't have to come back, this is what I would take. A good multivitamin and a good multivitamin. I would take a fish oil, even though my desert island would probably be in the Caribbean somewhere, where I can catch fish. Probiotics, and the one I told you about is Dr. Ohhira's, which I think is It's my favorite one to use and use with my patients. Coenzyme Q10, for its ability to work epigenetically, works on the genomic level. It works to produce energy. Pycnogenol. Pycnogenol is an amazing nutritional supplement. It's made from a very special French maritime pine tree bark extract. There is no other like it. It has so many amazing properties. New studies just came out this year on its use with tinnitus, perimenopausal syndrome, arthritis, diabetes, heart disease, asthma. Look it up on the web, folks. It's great. Vitamin D3. Although if I wanted Testosterone, I'd probably get enough sun. But I would take vitamin D3 anyway because you cannot get enough. I personally take 10,000 units a day, but I also do live in the north. Balance. You have to balance the good bacteria with the bad bacteria. 85% good bacteria, and you hopefully be left with 15% of the bad bacteria. If you support your healthy bacteria, they will support you, and you will not get sick. Thank you very much for your attention. I appreciate
it. Okay, thank you very much. We do around for a while. Anyway, we're very happy to have you. I think we have some of your books at the book house, and we'll look forward to seeing you again. Okay, during the changeover, if anybody would like to stand up and not go anywhere, that would be fine. Just don't leave the room. About 2 minutes. Want to take to get set up. Again, I want to remind you the easiest way to learn this and certainly augment, supplement any notes that you take is to buy the DVDs and the CDs. Again, complete sets, most efficient way to do it. Discounts certainly are more significant, and the CDs, compact disc, audio portion, around $270 gets you not only all 3 days, but the Dr. Symposium as well. And those you can certainly listen to as you drive in your car, like the computer. The DVD, the video portion, $400 to get you the entire 3 days, Dr. Symposium, and bonus material. And I know the bonus material, I believe, is Eddie Albert's What Your Doctor Won't Tell You About Cancer, interview with Linus Pauling, and also Norman Cousins. Norman Cousins, famous for a lot of things, Saturday Review and others, but when he came down with, I think it was his cancer, he developed laughter therapy, and certainly extended his life quite a while. Again, these are all things that you get in the complete packages of the DVDs, and of course with the CDs you'll get not only 3 days of this, but it will include the Doctor's Symposium. So these are very, very important, not only tools to self-education, but those are things you can share with all your friends, family, and others, your local congressman, state senator, assembly person, etc. At the lunch break, we'll put up on the screen the link for the live stream. Don't have time to do it right now, but we do want to give that to you. So don't go anywhere. Harold, we're just about ready to start. Remind you again that these books, in addition to the others, Doctor's Results, Ralph Moss, about conspiracy in high places, and just outright deceit, and then of course the DMSO handbook for doctors. Scott will be speaking, I believe, on Monday. So please get all of those. Again, when we introduce speakers, we do not have enough time to go through the entire biography of our speakers. Most of them have accomplished probably enough to take up their speaking time to do that. So we encourage you just pick up the biographies and do that. So Harold, we're ready to go, and with a cue camera. Ladies and gentlemen, very happy to have you at the 42nd Annual Cancer Control Society Convention, Labor Day weekend 2014, beloved Sheraton Universal Hotel in Universal City, California. Our next speaker, I think, is known to many of you. He's been here a number of times. Doug Kaufman is a very familiar name to, I believe, over 95 million households because of his television program, Know the Cause. And Doug has done a tremendous amount of research himself in this concept that cancer and fungus may be the same thing, certainly related. I think he was one of the first journalists in the United States to actually investigate the work of Dr. Simoncini, brought him, helped bring him here a few years ago. Doug, very happy to have you.
Sounds like we have some groupies in the audience. That's really a good thing. Thank you all. Know the Cause, as Frank said, it has outlived our expectations. We just began, for many of you, on ATT Uverse nationally, and Family Entertainment Network, and a couple of others. It can't be stopped. It's insidious. It keeps growing and growing and growing. As you know, those of you who watch the show, I believe that cancer is a fungus. So given the short amount of time we have to get started, by the way, the man on after me, Dr. Patrick Quillen, has written a book, and he wrote this many years ago. Patrick's in the back, Beating Cancer with Nutrition. He dedicates a chapter, chapter 25 in this book, and I've never seen a cancer book do this, a nutrition book either, to fungus, cancer as an infection. So thank you for mentioning my name in there, Patrick, also. It's a wonderful guide, kind of like Earl Mindell's Bible Guide, Earl Mindell's Cancer Guide is none other than Dr. Patrick Quillen. So let's get started here, up and down. Okay, the answer is both. So does cancer contribute to a disease, or does fungus contribute to a disease we call cancer? The answer is yes. Fungi are the cause of many. Look at this, the American Academy of Microbiology a few years ago. We don't study fungus. Lots of money in bacteriology, right? And Dr. Pescatore asked me to mention, many of you are asking about Dr. Ohhira's probiotics. What is it? It's, Ohhira is O-H-I-R-R-A. It's a living bacteria in a capsule, O-H-I-R-R-A. But here's our conundrum. We don't know anything about fungus, and we're not really interested. You see, doctors in medical school learn that there's thousands of antibiotics on the market, so everything must be bacteria. There's about 100 antivirals on the market, like Zovirax and so forth. So a little attention is paid to things like herpes and so forth, viral problems. But because there's only a dozen antifungals on the market, a fourth-year med student will learn, well, that's kind of insignificant. Nobody has a fungal condition, right? Wrong. But don't let them be dead wrong. This is my hypothesis. Understand that human cells have a cell wall and a nucleus with DNA in it. So do fungal cells. God forbid, folks, if those two ever got together and formed one unit. Look at the bottom there. That is the hybrid DNA. You now have plant DNA and human DNA, and it forms in a sac. Isn't that interesting that a cancer tumor is in a sac also? This is one of my favorite sayings. The problem is observing the effect and believing it's the cause. Why do researchers, or what do they say causes cancer? You've all seen this, genetics, inflammation, and genetic mutations. Genetics is one thing, folks. We could spend an hour on this. Genetics says you dealt the hand you were given. Epigenetics says no, you don't. You can change the hand you're given through exercise, supplementation, diet, etc., stress reduction, the things you've learned about here today. So let's talk about inflammation. The important question is not, why are we seeing all these inflamed tissues around cancer tumors? The important question is, what causes inflammation? What makes bread rise? Could that same yeast be contributing to edema, swelling, or inflammation inside our body? And here's the most interesting part. Many of you have probably had a CRP, a C-reactive protein blood test. Put your arm out, the doctor says, I want to see if you have inflammation that might give us more, a better diagnosis of your cancer. Look what else causes C-reactive protein to elevate. A systemic fungal infection, which I think coincides with cancer. Again, the problem is looking at the inflammation and believing that's the cause. What causes genes to mutate? Everywhere you look today, genetic mutations cause cancer. What causes the gene to break? Doctors have tried to pin it to viral infections because they can breach the nuclear membrane and the cell membrane, but so do fungus, and not a dime of research is going into that. Okay, this is a headline, mycotoxin-induced genetic mutations. Understand what mycotoxins are. I'm a simple guy. Fungus make poisons. They can do it on leaves, they can do it on breads, they can do it on corn, they can do it inside your body. The American Cancer Society defines these mycotoxins as mutagenic carcinogens. Wow. Huge that they do that and then don't know what cancer is. Simply search PubMed and you'll find thousands of these mycotoxin-induced cancers, but here's the important one, and one you'll take home with you today. Aflatoxin B1, made by Fusarium and other molds, other fungi, grows commonly on corn, peanuts. I mean, this is fascinating that we might be digging our own tumors with a fork and spoon. Indirectly, the cause? You see, about 200 species of fungi are capable of causing human illness. Each make poisonous byproducts you just learned called mycotoxins. Aspergillus, penicillium, there's that word. Fusarium and Alternaria are all sac fungus. They grow and reproduce asexually in a sac. And that little lump you felt when you were taking a shower in the morning under your arm, 2 months later is a little larger. They all grow like cancer tumors without oxygen, anaerobically. They all liberate a poison called lactic acid, as do tumor cells. They all thrive on sugar, as do cancer tumors. Each are capable of producing several of these mycotoxins, including aflatoxin B1. Keep an eye on that one. What are these mycotoxins and how are they involved in the disease we call cancer? They're poisonous chemicals. Thousands have been identified. They're capable of producing illness and death in humans and animals. I know oncologists, and they're really good people. They really want to help, but they aren't armed with any information on mycotoxins. It's just there's a huge void. So before that lump grew under your arm, were you an alcoholic? Did you take rounds and rounds of antibiotics for acne or sinus infections? They're precursors to a fungal lump growing inside your body. Mycotoxins also suppress the immune system. Shouldn't surprise anyone. So you can imagine if cancer is a fungus and we give you chemotherapy, your immune system is on the floor. It surprises me that people live, months on chemotherapy. All are heat stable. They can't be cooked out. Take it a step further. They can't be autoclaved out. Think about that the next time you get a colonoscopy. They can't be autoclaved out. So just take a moment to look at this. This is just some of the area that, some of the tissues that are poisoned by these. This is so amazingly screaming cancer to me, it's amazing. They're carcinogenic, they're teratogenic, they're genotoxic, neurotoxic, nephro, hepato, hemo, cardio, lympho, dermatotoxic, immunosuppressive. That's what these mycotoxins are. Here's the sad part. Today, somewhere, maybe in Chicago or New York, there's an oncology meeting going on with 5,000 oncologists learning about a new chemotherapy drug. Unbelievable. If one of them could come here, we might all sleep. But if I could go over there, they might all wake up. That would be kind of interesting. How are we exposed to these? Food, drink, antibiotics, and inhalation. So if you stop all those, you won't get cancer. Food is one of the most important ones. Read this. The one food I've got to tell you I've studied for years and years that I think is intimately involved in not only cancer but other diseases is corn. Remember when we shook our finger at high fructose corn sweeteners? So what are we doing now? We're putting corn in our tanks and our gas. Ruth and I bought a car that only has a 100,000 mile warranty, and I asked the guy, why not 105,000? Because of ethanol going in your tank. It's wrecking your car, just like I believe it wrecks us. Okay, and why is it that cancer patients begin craving pastas, breads? What do your doctors say? Hey, eat that. We want you to gain weight. You know, eat those foods. And yet those are the foods that often contain these mycotoxins. Get this, in the middle, I want you to read where the word producers, because here's what alcohol producers do. They often use grains that are too contaminated with mold and mycotoxins to be table foods. Didn't we just see Robin Williams die, and that's horrible? Didn't we just see that he learned he had Parkinson's? And doesn't Michael J. Fox fund all this Parkinson's research? And is it ironic that both of them craved and had a problem with alcohol? You see, brewer's yeast is the mold, and the poison it makes is called alcohol. Penicillin is the mold, and the poison it makes is called penicillin. There's no doubting that. Antibiotics. Penicillin is the fungus, and penicillium is the fungus, and penicillin is the mycotoxin. Get this. I have written my hypotheses, and it got published in the December issue of an oncology journal. I can't believe it, but my wife said, hot dog, we finally did it after so many years. Sorry about that. Antibiotics are now associated with an increased risk of prostate, lung, colorectal, non-Hodgkin's, breast, and stomach cancer. I'm not here today to tell you about a nutrient that's going to help you. I'm here today because we do indeed have a diet that will prevent this disease we call fungus, cancer. A diet that would starve fungus would also prevent cancer, according to everything you're seeing here. But did you know these 6 cancers, hush, shh, try and find this in the scientific literature. It took the 2 doctors and I months to find these cancers intimately linked with the taking of antibiotics, which are mycotoxins. Okay, recently, in the middle here, many scientific papers talk about mold and disease. Recently, 27 cases of suspected lung cancer were later found to have fungal infections that were successfully treated with antifungal drugs, says the journal Lung. Yet no respiratory doctor read that and said, wow, before I put any of my patients on chemo or any kind of a therapy, am I going to give them antifungals? If I had time, I would put up a dozen slides, which I've done in the past if you've been here, that show that antifungal drugs disrupt cancer, prevent metastasis. It's out there, folks, and yet this isn't the way these guys go. Here's the most important take-home message. That's it. 11:52. I got plenty of time to do this. I can slow down. When you give a laboratory animal a fungal poison called streptozotocin, you inoculate them over 6 weeks or 8 weeks, they all get diabetes. When you give other laboratory animals a different mycotoxin called aflatoxin B1, they all get cancer. No, they don't. Factually, when you induce any disease with a fungal mycotoxin, they get a mycotoxicosis. And I believe cancer, I believe MS, I believe ALS, I believe diabetes are mycotoxicoses. These medical researchers are good and smart people who believe that they're poisoning animals with mycotoxins, and they end up with a disease called cancer. In fact, they're giving these study animals what's called a mycotoxicosis. Mycotoxicosis is any illness caused by a mycotoxin. Brewer's yeast is the fungus. Alcohol is the neurotoxic mycotoxin. You guys have all had mycotoxicosis if you're anything like me. If you're under 20, perhaps not. A mycotoxicosis is a hangover. I love doctors who say, diet doesn't have anything to do with disease. Doc, sit down, drink 2 6-packs, and let's talk. They don't get it. They really don't get it. But we always call these a mycotoxicosis. So here's a doctor laying down with his wife at night, putting his arm around her and saying, honey, you're not going to believe this. Today we got 25 mice in. For 6 weeks I've been injecting them with something, with a poison made by Fusarium, which is a mold. And all 25 of them now have tumors growing on their body. Not one of these brilliant kids say that. They think we're wrecking their immune system with these mycotoxins. In fact, what we're doing is inducing cancer so they can study how to get rid of the cancer. God bless them. Unless their cancer is being studied. Research animals all get mycotoxicosis when researchers inject aflatoxin B1 into them. But instead of having a mycotoxin, the name changes. I don't know why. I've studied this for 43 years. No research doctor says, okay, chief, here's 25 hamsters with chronic mycotoxicoses. They all got lumps all over their body. And they were induced by mold. Okay, we have 2 safeguards, and I'll get through this quickly. One is the P53 gene, that's our Superman gene. The other is our white blood cells. Today, the gene mutation theory dominates current medical thought, so says the American Cancer, behind the cause of cancer. Most studies is our P53 gene, because damage to that gene means we have problems. Cancer is going to metastasize. But look at this. The P53 mutation is identified in over half of all human cancers. I think it's probably 70%. This mutation can be caused by the mycotoxin aflatoxin B1. Zip. Doctors understand this? No. And yet the scientific literature says if you give cancer patients antifungals like the toenail medicine, Sporanox, or like Diflucan, the one-pill vaginal yeast cure, it helps them significantly. When my paper is published, I'm going to start climbing that ivory tower, and I'm going to tell them, you owe a fiduciary obligation to every patient who comes and sees you with a diagnosis of cancer to put them on Diflucan, Nystatin, and a diet that stops feeding fungus. Right on our white blood cells, this is a little technical. Normally, yeast would be gobbled up. You remember when we were in high school, we all had chemistry, and we learned the word phagocytosis, right? They all laugh, phagocytosis. This is when white blood cells gobble up debris. You'd think that white blood cells would gobble up this fungus, but they don't. Here's a couple of cases. Cryptococcus neoformans, which is a sac fungus, and histoplasma don't get gobbled up. Look what happens. The mold becomes dominant in your body. And your white blood cells begin protecting the mold more than you. In a fungal human cell relationship, this is documented. The human cell no longer is the dominant cell. We all fall to mold. And when you and I are laid 6 foot under, guess what eats our pancreas? And guess what just devours us? And there's a war going on constantly in our body, especially those who have taken lots of antibiotics, eat lots of corn or other grains, drink lots of alcohol. There's a constant war going on between trying to keep mold at bay and good health. Dick Ablin, if you watch my show, Dr. Ablin, he wrote the book, The Great Prostate Hoax. And boy, he's a card. He came on my show, and he was the man who invented the PSA test. In 1970, the year I was in Vietnam, he invented the PSA test. And he said it's a crock. Doesn't work. And his book is dead on, guys. Dead on. But look what it does measure. 5 different fungi, sac fungi. Isn't that fascinating? When a man's PSA goes up, I think he's got a bad systemic fungal condition, a mycotoxicosis. And now urologists are starting to, well, maybe that PSA test didn't work, but we got new tests coming down the pipe for men. Be careful. All I'm saying is I've never had a PSA test. I've never been to a urologist. I'm 65 years old. And I'm not going. I would know if something's wrong. give credit where credit is due, and this is the way I'm going to end today's, because I took this information, no, it wasn't from Dr. Quillen and his book. Through the years, all I am is a puzzle solver. I love puzzles. And putting all the pieces of this together, has been, it's really been a high. And my career has climaxed. I worked for 26 years in clinical research after I studied with great doctors. Most of them handed me their prescription pad when they got to know me after a month and said, don't get me in trouble. But the AIDS patients coming in, the diabetes, the arthritis patients, the cancer patients, write them a script. If you think these antifungals are so good, write them a script. And put them on your phase 1 diet, which, by the way, is yours free. My website is knowthecause.com. Move around. If this has inspired you today, move around and study that. We have physicians that contribute to brand new literature talking about how mold is causing diseases. We have the show on there. If you don't get the show, you can watch a new show every day. Lots of blogs, etc. But the diet is on there. Just go to Getting Started and you'll see what this phase 1 diet is. It is a diet that starves mold. Mold must have pasta, bread, alcohol, antibiotics, birth control pills, yada, yada, yada. Wheat, corn, sugar. So you change your diet, you begin starving these. But years ago, a best-selling book began talking about all of this. I am not the author of that book. The book is called, isn't this fascinating? The Book of Moses. I think those are the first 5 Old Testament books. 32 references to not using yeast in various religious practices. Symbolically, the removal of yeast from bread. Wow, every time I say that, this is huge. So says the Theopedia. The removal of yeast from our lives means the removal of sin from our lives. And then I'll never forget, I was being interviewed in a Christian show many years ago, and Dr. Karen Hader was interviewing me, and she said, yeast, that's what the Bible says in Leviticus. And I did one of these. Okay, this was live TV. Who is Leviticus? Where did he write it? And when I got home, my wife hit me on the head with this Bible. But here's what it says. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, you remember this? If I put a spreading mold, not butterflies, not popcorn. If I put a spreading mold in a house in that land, you must go and tell the high priest, hey, there's fuzz growing on my walls. It went further with that fuzz on your skin or on your clothing. And the NIV Bible says at the bottom, why was mildew so dangerous? This fungus could spread rapidly and promote disease. 0 doctors know this. There's some in the audience that I know, like Fred, you've met, and Dr. Patrick Quillen, and all these good doctors. I was just handed a prescription that Dr. Bob, who you'll meet maybe in his scrubs here, handed me from 40 years ago. He began putting his patients here in LA on a drug called nystatin and was helping them left and right. I learned about 40 years ago that nystatin was a safe, soil-based, probably over-the-counter everywhere but in the US, soil-based antifungal. It sops up the yeast after antibiotics. So these probiotics and little nystatin would help so many people. In the end, in the couple minutes I have left, I want to tell you, I don't know if I've ever seen anyone cured by taking nystatin, diflucan, and a phase 1 diet. I have seen hundreds of people outlive themselves. Once fungus grows in a sac, mimicking a tumor, it occludes blood flow. It starts growing larger and larger and larger. Best thing, I think, is to get it cut out while they can. It also puts pressure on nerves. Cancer patients are chronically in pain. I think the whole goal here is to prevent these. When you're in your 20s and 30s, we're rearranging our show right now. You might have seen it bringing in younger hosts than I, because we're trying to teach kids in their 20s and 30s that you can prevent disease. And I keep telling my sons, just don't drink alcohol. Yeah, it's not working. It's just not working. But they don't take antibiotics. So understand that you can, I think, give years to an advanced cancer patient's life by getting diflucan, the drug from your doctor, and starting on this phase 1 diet and starving. And that's not true. I just spoke to a woman 2 nights ago who was 17 years alive. Remember, my show, I don't get to meet. They say 170,000 people a day watch Know the Cause. I don't get to meet them. But when I go to a seminar and sign books, they come up often with Kleenex and tears. Thank you. Your show saved my life. What does that mean? Are they alive 8 years, 10 years, etc.? So think mold. We have a saying on Know the Cause, FUPO, right? Fungus until proven otherwise. Thank you all very much.
So, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Know the Cause, tremendous talk, and not only do we appreciate the information, but it's the conviction and the passion to deliver it. And that's what sustains, I think, most of us in this movement, is the fact that we believe in what we're doing, and that makes it, and that's the reason it's so important. Once again, please pick up the biographies. Those of you that want to find out what's going on in the Mexican clinics, go to the registration table, sign up for the Wednesday tour or Saturday, September 13th. At the end of this next presentation, it'll be the lunch hour. And again, we want to remind you that out on the lawn area is organic, I believe it's organic food served a la carte, so please take advantage of that. And then many of the same items that are there available in the restaurant. But if you want to go sit out under the trees, enjoy the fresh air. Last time I was out there, it was warm, but it wasn't excessively warm. And then, of course, after you eat, please visit the exhibitors. As you know, we have some in here, and we tell you don't visit the exhibitors in the Grand Ballroom during the lecture presentations, because one of the Cancer Control Society staff people will come in with a sign that says "Quiet, please," and hit you on the head. The other thing, by and large, you've been very good. We haven't had to use our cell phone evaporator or cell phone person evaporator. So again, vibrate, put it in your pocket if it doesn't excite you too much, or just turn it off because it does distract all the other people. And it's irritating. You get one that you buy the DVDs, you go home, you're watching it, very critical point, speakers making, and all of a sudden you hear cell phone going off in the background. And it just upsets the train of thought. So Harold, we're ready to go here as soon as we get the sign. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 42nd Annual Cancer Control Society Convention, Labor Day weekend 2014, Sheraton Universal Hotel, Universal City. Our next speaker, Pat Quillen, PhD, registered dietitian and certified nutrition specialist. For many years was head of the nutritional program at the Cancer Treatment Centers of America. And I think the fact that he's no longer there says more about him than it does about the other way around. But in any event, we've always enjoyed having Pat Quillen here. Doug Kaufman mentioned his book, Beating Cancer with Nutrition. That's one of the first books that I recommend to cancer patients that want to know, what do I do, what do I eat? You get that book, and it will give you a very, very good start. Patrick, very happy to have you again.
Thank you very much. We're going to have a good time. This is an amazing event, and I honor the many people who are part of this. Frank Cousineau and Lorraine Rosenthal. If Lorraine would come up here, I'd like to offer her my applause and some flowers. I realize this lady has dedicated her life to providing options for cancer patients. Lorraine Rosenthal. Flowers are living in Colorado. Lorraine got her degree from Berkeley. She's a very bright lady, and because of her, thousands of cancer patients have had better options. I'm here to talk about nutrition in cancer. We're going to have a fun time before I'm through, but we'll also learn a few things. And as they said in Smokey and the Bandit, we got a long way to go and a short time to get there. So a few minutes for a talkative Irishman like me. It takes 25 minutes to just clear my throat. But we're going to get a lot of information done before we're through. A well-nourished cancer patient can better manage the disease and its therapies. That doesn't mean nutrition is a cure-all for cancer. It means it's essential, but may not be sufficient. The second statement, a healthy human body is self-regulating and self-repairing. This is an amazingly, blindingly obvious statement. It's homeostasis 101A from biology in any college in the world, and yet we forget it when we get into medicine and think life is this ongoing disease process that must be medicated with drugs and surgery. Not so. The good news is cancer has been with us since the dawn of time. And because of that, we have innate mechanisms within the body that help us to fight off cancer. For instance, Doug just finished a brilliant dissertation on fungus and cancer. There's a very fascinating field that's developing right now in phytochemicals. Phytoalexins, they're also called salvestrols. Essentially, when plants, especially red and green fruits and vegetables, are attacked by fungus in the environment, and they give off a protection mechanism, phytoalexins, that's how they survive. And when you eat those phytoalexins, you now have an antifungal mechanism. And coincidentally, they find those same phytoalexins in your gut help you fight off cancer, because cancer are fungal. We're going to move ahead briskly, but there's a lot of questions and answers that we will have before we're through here. Lorraine, we salute you. 42 years of providing options to cancer patients. Thank you. W.C. Fields was a famous alcoholic, and I think it's funny that Doug mentioned alcohol was certainly a problem. One of his cross-country tours in the 1930s, when he was stranded in a small town in Iowa, of course he was an alcoholic, he said, "We lived for days on nothing but food and water." And not only was he an alcoholic, but he was also an atheist. Interesting footnote, he died on Christmas Day. Anyway, one of the stories that's told is that W.C. Fields was in a nursing home in his latter days, and he was sitting in the porch looking through this giant Bible. And a friend approached him and said, "Bill, my God, what are you doing here? I thought you were an atheist." He says, "Looking for loopholes." And that's exactly what modern medicine is doing. Looking for loopholes. Francis Bacon, 400 years ago, said, "Nature to be commanded must be obeyed." We take the basic laws of biochemistry of the human body, ignore it all, drown it in poisons, and wonder why the patient didn't get well. Looking for loopholes is the essence of modern medicine, and it ain't working. Hippocrates, father of modern medicine, said, "Illnesses do not come upon us out of the blue. They are developed from within, small daily sins against nature. When enough sins have accumulated, illnesses will suddenly appear." William Osler, who was the founder of Johns Hopkins Medical School, founder of modern medicine, founder of psychosomatic medicine, said, "The first duty of the physician is to educate the masses not to take medicine." Outline for the talk. We're losing the war on cancer, the adaptive forces of nature. Nutrition improves outcome in medically treated cancer patients. And since we don't have that much time, I'm going to focus on just a few areas, and those specifically are this, back in here. Specifically, we're going to look at pH as it affects cancer, and there we go, and the microbiota. So I'm going to be dovetailing nicely with Dr. Fred Pescatori's talk on the gut and how it affects our health. What should the patient eat? Your body needs to be nourished like a garden. So that's where we're headed in the next 19 minutes. Marvel the human body, from Hamlet, Shakespeare. What a piece of work was a man. How noble in reason, how infinite in faculties. In form and moving, how expressive, admirable. In action, how like an angel. In apprehension, how like a god. Beauty of the world, the paragon of animals. You look at this body that's 10 trillion cells and 100 trillion cells within it. And our mind makes 400 neuropeptides, and we're exposed to thousands of chemicals from the outside, and it's an extraordinary work of art. I hope, if nothing else, when you walk away from here, you're going to appreciate how the paragon of animals and how the human body can regulate itself to prevent and even reverse cancer. I worked with Cancer Treatment Centers of America for 10 years as their vice president of nutrition. This was the building in Tulsa that I worked in. Their Chicago hospital, they have several others around the country. We had an annual Celebrate Life reunion in which we planted a tree in honor of a patient who had lived 5 years beyond their diagnosis, which is the American Cancer Society's definition of a cure. And we had over 900 trees planted at the time I was with them, and there's many more now. Most of the patients were refractory, had failed therapy. Something in using nutrition as part of cancer treatment helps you beat the odds. I also was very blessed to put on 3 international symposia on the subject of adjuvant nutrition in cancer treatment. These were Category 1 CME, continuing medical education programs, where experts from around the world gathered together, and they echoed the same word: a well-nourished cancer patient can better manage and beat the disease. And from those symposia came my textbook, and then my book, Beating Cancer with Nutrition. I'll have an offer for you folks at the end here. I appreciate the fact you've taken time out of your busy schedule, spent money to come in here and listen. My book, Beating Cancer with Nutrition, Wisdom and Healing Power of Whole Foods. I have a special offer at the end here that's going to be something you don't get in the store. Myself, I figured the only way I was going to be a man outstanding in his field is if I got an orchard. So I have 60 fruit trees in my 1/3 of an acre in Carlsbad. Welcome to my pharmacy. And before we're through here, I hope you will realize this is a pharmacy, and perhaps one of the most effective on the planet Earth. What is cancer? We're going to pass through that. Essentially, it's abnormal cells growing erratically, and if unchecked through medical therapy or some other intervention, will consume the host. So it's abnormal cells. There was a David Servan Schreiber, MD, PhD, a neurologist, who just as sort of a fluke got into his own MRI machine, and they said, Dr. Schreiber, you have brain cancer. And so a very bright guy researched the whole subject, and he says, all of us have cancer cells in our body, and the typical Western diet is fertilizer for cancer. You want it to grow, it's throwing gasoline on a fire the way we eat. The basics of nutrition. All forms of life are heavily dependent on nutrient intake. Plants, animals, humans. You go to the racetracks, and you will find a PhD is monitoring the diet of the expensive horses to make sure that their diet is optimal, not acceptable. Do you solemnly swear to eat the whole food and nothing but the food? If we look at this whole business of defiling our food supply, it started in the 1600s and has moved its way down into everything from GMO food to high fructose corn syrup and on, and it's led to epidemic proportions of degenerative diseases. And of course, some of the experts will say, but we're living longer. That's true, because we have suppressed neonatal death, so there is a dramatic improvement in neonatal death. Eli Metchnikoff, founder of modern immunology, winner of the Nobel Prize in Medicine in 1908, said, death begins in the colon. And before we're through here, in my next 15 minutes, you're going to find out why. A tale of 2 cancer patients. I worked with thousands of patients over the course of the 15 years I was in hospital and clinic. Let's give you 2 examples. 49-year-old white male diagnosed with advanced multiple myeloma, which is essentially a death sentence. It's a poor prognostic cancer. Very few people survive 5 years. His therapy was a double bone marrow transplant. I worked with him on extensive nutrition, food, and supplements. The outcome, he beat the odds. The last I saw him, he was in excellent health, had gotten his pilot's license back. He's an attorney, he writes books, a very bright, nice guy. Patient 2, 40-year-old white male, diagnosis, advanced multiple myeloma. Therapy, chemothalassemide, steroids. His doctor told him and me, if you use any nutrition as part of your therapy, then I will divorce myself and I will not treat you. He died 18 months later. This was my brother-in-law, and his wife was pregnant with twins at the time. What I'm here for, like Doug, is You got to have a passion for what you're doing. There's reasons why we have to spread the message that cancer does not have to be treated by these highly toxic therapies. There is some good news in the war on cancer. The number of cancer survivors has increased dramatically. Some people say because of early diagnosis. Ask Lance Armstrong if chemo works. He says it did for me. Of course, it works at about 3% of advanced cancers, one of which is testicular, which was his case. Health costs in the U.S. are going up dramatically. As a percent of gross domestic product, we're killing ourselves by trying to give everybody a bilateral knee replacement, statins, and chemo. We spend 48% more on health care per person than any other country in the world, and theirs are free. These are the countries that have free health care. And then you look at our federal deficit. We're at 17 trillion that they admit to. The real number is 200 trillion in unsecured liability. This is an unsustainable direction we're headed. Increasing incidence of cancer in America. It's gone from 3% of all deaths to 24% of all deaths. 42% of males living today will develop cancer in their lifetime. Again, unsustainable. U.S. cancer incidence, epidemic proportion. We're talking about age groups. The older you get, the more likely you are to get cancer, and we are an aging population. Modern medicine, cleaning up the illness. You look at this nurse and doctor on the floor here mopping up the mess on the floor, and they say, why don't you turn off the faucet? And that's what most of preventive natural medicine is saying. Turn off the faucet. What you're doing down there doesn't make any sense. Shifting the cancer paradigm. Must we kill to cure? This is a brilliant paper written in the Journal of Clinical Oncology in which they talk about the limits of the cancer-killing model seem to have been reached. There's only so much chemo you can use to try and poison it out of the patient. It doesn't work. It's an ineffective model. And if you follow all the way down to the bottom here, they say conventional anti-neoplastic approaches will play a role as debulkers. The strategy will change to one of re-regulation. Here's the direction of 21st century cancer treatment. I don't mind using little chemoradiation surgery, hyperthermia, IV vitamin C, all of that stuff to lower tumor burden. Then you have to re-regulate the body so it no longer supports cancer. And that's the essence of nutrition. Common misconceptions among oncologists. Many. Nutrition has nothing to do with cancer. Antioxidants are expensive urine. Sugar has nothing to do with cancer. We're going to address all of those before we're done here. So the 5 main reasons anyone should include nutrition as part of their cancer treatment. To prevent or reverse malnutrition. 40% of cancer patients actually die of malnutrition. A show of hands in here, please. How many of you people in here are cancer patients currently in treatment? How many of you are former cancer patients in watchful waiting, used to have it? How many of you are healthcare professionals, doctor, nurse, chiropractors? Quite a few. How many of you think that this is driver's ed and you just wandered in here? I'm glad you're here, all of you, but the businesses, this is so blatantly obvious. Immune augmentation, we've had several references to the immune system here. I'm not going to go into it. Protection from toxic side effects. Chemo and radiation can kill the cancer, but they can kill you too. And so nutrition can reduce collateral damage. Selectively starve the tumor because tumors are obligate glucose metabolizers. And then anti-proliferative factors. And we're going to start dabbling on this. I haven't done this much in the past, but it's a fascinating area. Why is nutrition important? Number one, the human body requires essential nutrients. This is taught in every major nutrition school throughout the world. Vitamin B6, thiamine, protein, we study that. Wonderful, good. But that's just the beginning. Food provides information for the regulation of human metabolism, and I'll show you studies to support that. When you eat food, you get microRNA that goes into the body that flips on and off switches in your DNA and your liver. All food provides prebiotics, and some food provides probiotics. So what we're doing is we're nourishing the good or the bad guys in that 100 trillion cells in your gut based upon your diet. Cancer is a metabolic disease. A professor at Boston College who has written a book talking about cancer as a sugar feeder. 1,000 studies in his book. I still get docs and patients calling me saying, that's rubbish. Look at the studies. Go to the National Library of Medicine. Nutrients as biological response modifiers. Now we start talking about the interesting stuff in nutrition. Why is it that there's over 300 studies showing that a diet rich in fruits and vegetables lowers the risk for most types of cancer? And they say, well, maybe it's beta-carotene. They tried the carrot study, it didn't work. Maybe it's carotenoid, maybe it's all of it put together. There's this elegant symphony that goes on in a whole food diet. And so these are the mechanisms that have been identified in the medical literature for how your diet changes the way your body works. We're going to look at probiotics and dysbiosis, and we're also going to look at pH of all of these mechanisms. We ain't got enough time for all of it. There's some of the scientific studies that's in the literature showing how what you eat changes the way your body works. Etiology for most diseases. We diagnose these conditions over here, but in fact, nobody with cancer has a deficiency of adriamycin. Nobody with a headache has a deficiency of aspirin. And so if you back it up and look at primary etiology, these are the causes of most diseases. Metanutrient functions beyond deficiency. If you take 400 IU of vitamin D, it might prevent rickets, but your body wants 2,000 to 10,000 IU of vitamin D in order to have optimal health. And it regulates 20% of the human genome. Nutritional deficiencies. It takes about 5 minutes to die from a deficiency of oxygen. It takes about 2 days to die of a deficiency of water. It takes about 10 years to die of a deficiency of chromium or vitamin E, and they're diagnosed as heart disease or diabetes. Long-term effect. How could there be malnutrition in America the bound? Impossible. Humanity's danced with the food supply. We've gone from insects, fruit, and eggs to hunter-gatherer to this. And don't have time to support to look through all of these. Most popular grocery items: Read It Wheat, Marlboro cigarettes, Coke, Pepsi, crack. We've got supersize. Can I supersize that for you? This is the future of America. Per person per year, what is the junk food we are consuming? So here's a cartoon. What do you mean you're out of breath? I haven't switched it on yet. 2/3 of Americans are overweight. Half of them are medically obese. It's unbelievable. Kids are in the same phrase. Nutritional felonies committed by the majority of Americans. They are many. Apply human clinical nutrition. Can nutrients reverse the cancer process? Yes. And this is a detailed slide that I could spend a half hour on, but the answer is yes. Food provides information. There's a study from Cell Research in which they looked at microRNA from rice, and they tracked it through the blood and in the liver of animals and humans, and find these findings demonstrate that exogenous plant microRNA in food can regulate the expression of target genes in mammals. You're not just eating vitamin B6, you're eating information. And that's why most of the food that we eat today is a cadaver. It's junk. It's dead. And that's why it has a shelf life of a millennium. Let's look at microbiota. Valuable functions in the body. When we consume indigestible fiber, it generates vitamins. It generates bioregulators, such as butyrate. The National Cancer Institute is desperately trying to find an analog to butyrate because it's such an effective cancer treatment substance. And you get it when you eat fiber, and the bacteria in your gut make it. Consume pathogenic microbes, biological predators, maintain a healthy pH in the gut. You cannot ignore 100 trillion cells in your body. And now we have a subject that's come up, quorum sensing. This is fascinating. Quorum means a majority. Right now, let's say you have 15% of the microbes in your gut are pathogenic fungi, but they're under control. And let's say the number goes up to 51%. Now they take over. Quorum sensing. You ever notice that adolescent males are fairly good by themselves? Put them together in a pack, they can make trouble. That's exactly what happens to the microbes in the gut. Quorum sensing. Then they take over the body, and it becomes systemic. Death begins in the colon, is what the winner of the Nobel Prize told us. All diseases begin in the intestines, said Hippocrates. And now we've got a paper from October of 2013. We propose that understanding this microbial influence will be crucial for targeted therapy in modern cancer treatment. Here's the gut. It's a complicated system that basically there's a dance between us and our environment, worthy of an entire discussion by itself. 100 trillion cells. Dysbiosis signature of fecal microbiota in colorectal cancer patients. They find Almost all colorectal cancer patients have this abnormal pattern of microbes in the gut. Inflammation-induced cancer, crosstalk between tumors, immune cells, and microorganisms. Dysbiosis is the beginning of many diseases. And to pay homage to Doug, much of that is fungal organisms that become systemic. Microbiota, things that will lead to health, fiber, probiotics, prebiotics, water, serenity, regular bowel movements, illness, stress, drugs, alcohol, sugar, excess fat, constantly. Regular bowel movements. I'll never forget the day I was about 10 years old at my grandmother's farm in Illinois. And of course, the old farmers had to take care of themselves. They didn't have Obamacare. You take care of yourself or you're dead. She asked me one day, did you have a bowel movement today? No. She gave me a piece of soap as a suppository. I remember from there on in, the answer is yes. Many patients that I've worked with who have beat diagnosis of terminal cancer, renal cancer. What is in whole foods and what is not in whole foods? Many things. Basically, eat foods in as close to their natural state as possible. Nature to be commanded must be obeyed. Improvements in the accuracy. Let's see, whole foods, omnivorous diet. This is all in my book, Beating Cancer with Nutrition, and its companion book, The Wisdom and Healing Power of Whole Foods. Carni-nutrients. I'm not a big fan of vegans, but I am a big fan of a plant-based diet. Most of your food should be plant food. Fruits, vegetables, nuts, seeds, whole grains, legumes, seaweed. Some of your food should be animal-based. This classification of dietary phytochemicals. Scientists are trying to wrap their arms around what is in plants. This is a brilliant quote that talks about the synergism that allows us to get the health benefits. pH. I wanted to spend some time on that, but we're not going to have the time to do it. Normal pH of bodily tissues, it's not all alkaline, but the blood is very alkaline. Dietary effects, substances that improve your pH, plant substances and minerals, substances that can make your body more acidic, which is more hospitable for fungus. Patients that I've worked with, Dr. Dean Ornish did a study in which diet, exercise, and supplements had over 500 changes, improvements in the DNA of prostate cancer patients. Stress and cancer. The stress had something to do with cancer. Dana Reed, shortly after her husband died of non-smoking lung cancer. Joe Paterno, shortly after they indicted him, or they fired him, I don't think he had anything to do with it, died of non-smoking lung cancer. The year before that, he was the picture of health at 82. Christopher Reeves. And what Deepak Chopra says best is, every cell in your body is eavesdropping on your thoughts. Think about it. Healthy pleasures. Indulge in these often. Exercise mantra. You got to move it to lose it. Use it or you will lose it. I love this lady. Looking at a healthy meal plate. 1/3 of your food should be fresh, raw, colorful fruits and vegetables, high protein, cooked whole plant food. These are the experts in longevity. Bob Hope, Phyllis Diller, Milton Berle, Jack LaLanne, Art Linkletter, George Burns lived into their 90s or 100 because of laughter. My books, they normally sell for $45, but I'm going to sell them today for just $20 for the 2 of them. I'll be in the back of the room while supplies last. Finally, a patient I did not work with, but teaches us a lot about health. Galen Clark came to Yosemite Valley to die in the year 1850. He had end-stage tuberculosis, was coughing up blood in chunks of his lungs, and his doctor said, get your affairs in order. He went to Yosemite. He got happy. He carved his own tombstone. He started eating food available in Yosemite Valley, which was not junk food. He started doing what he liked every day. He didn't die 2 months later. He died 54 years later at the age of 96. True story. And so what I'd like to think about is your body is a garden. And just as much as I'm trying to keep things in one piece in my orchard, I want you to sing along with me the garden song from David Mallet, because when people come to me and say, you know, I tried your diet and it didn't work. Well, did you try it for 3 months? Got our table? No. David Mallet wrote this song, and think about your body as a garden, not just as
Ohio, someone bless these Jesus. Someone keep them from till the rains come. Help me out. Oh, the reason big and strong, man is taking up the reason. Feeling need and Ohio, cause the time is close. Rain or rain, sun and rain, find my place in nature. Be my body and mind till the rains come. Come on out. Inspired, oh I know, gonna make this garden. All it takes is a break and a piece of inspired, oh I know, someone bless these seasons. Someone give them a river till the rain is done. Down down. Good vibrations to all of you. Thank you.
Patrick, thank you so much. Always a pleasure. And Patrick, they have some books waiting in the author's signing table area for you to sign, and they have some people to help sell the books while you autograph and talk to people who purchase them. I hope to be out there. And ladies and gentlemen, before you go, we want to introduce Patricia Bragg. If you are not familiar with her, you either were born yesterday or you're already dead. And of course, Bragg's fine food. So she's going to talk to us for about 5 minutes. It's been, of course, our pleasure, part of the Cancer Control Society, to know her for almost 40-some years. And so we're going to, the last word before we go to lunch is going to be Patricia Bragg. Also want to remind you, those that are parked in, drove your car, paid for parking, please stop at the table at the other end of the registration table, the little round table across the alcove before you go into the producer's room, and a hotel person is there to so you can prepay your parking so you can get out easily and quickly at the end of the day. So, Patricia, thank you for being here.
Thank you. I'm very thankful for all those wonderful, wonderful lives that you're saving all around the world with Cancer Control Society. And I'm very proud to be part of this outreach to make this a healthy America and a healthy world. My father, Paul Bragg, was the originator of health food stores in 1912. Just think of that. 102 years ago. And he knew all the old pioneers, Linus Pauling is his very dear friend, and vitamin C is so important. He started Rodell and Organic Gardening, Jack LaLanne and Physical Fitness. Yes. And he started, just look at this, health food stores. In the early days, he said, you are what you eat and drink. What you eat and drink walks and talks tomorrow. Open your mouth. That's your fuel tank. You are a miracle. You are what you eat, drink, and breathe. Oxygen, the invisible sound of life. We're not meant to smoke or be around pollution. And the next is what you think. Woo! You have a computer, your brain. You are a miracle. Garbage in, garbage out. Healthy thoughts, positive thoughts, and every day and every way you're going to get healthier and more fit. Next is what you say. Words are living. Put it to the test before you speak. Are your words good, kind, necessary? You can ruin a marriage. You can lose your job. Words can be killing, or they can be loving. Next is what you do. physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, what you do with your life. You have 640 muscles. You either use them or lose them. Yes. Remember, each one of you are a miracle. Your feet carry you through life. We kept Dr. Scholler going to almost 100. Mr. Henderson, the founder of Sheraton Hotels out of Boston, we were his nutritionists. Yes. We had Bob Cummings, Gloria Swanson. Clint Eastwood called me last night, talked for an hour as he's being driven to his home in Carmel. He said, tell them, I'm going to live to be 105, and I'm going to keep making movies. And I said, he's a vegan, and he exercises, lifts weights, just like Jack LaLanne. In fact, the early days, Dad started Jack LaLanne. He went from a puny, sickly little boy, been out of school a year. And guess what? One lecture with Paul Bragg, the Bragg Health Crusade, saved his life. The whiter the bread, the sooner you're dead. Just remember, what you eat, drink, walk, and talk tomorrow. What Lorraine and Frank are doing is a blessing to the world. And everyone, Linus Pauling is our dear friend, Vitamin C. I believe in 100%. I go organic. 70% of my food is raw, live foods. I believe in fasting 1 day a week. Oh, yes, Monday's my fasting day. It's a miracle. It's internal cleansing, getting the toxins out, and purified water, not fluoridated water, no GMO. I eat 100% organic, 100%. Our Bragg apple cider vinegar didn't go to the best, with another, all natural. Hippocrates in former BC used it to detox and cleanse and heal his patients. At our booth, we're giving away the Bragg. I designed this on my iPad here. We're giving this away at our booth. So you can all come down and get one. And any of the Bragg books, a $5 donation, it goes to the Bragg Health Institute, which we have the BraggHealthKids.org. We go out to schools all over the world, mostly starting in America, and now we're branching out all over the world. Bragg is international. I've been the CEO president almost 60 years, and I feel 18. God bless you all, and thank you for all you do. Now bow our heads a minute. Dear Heavenly Father, Mother Earth, Father, Son, we ask for blessings over Cancer Control Society. May it keep going strong and strong. Bless everyone that's just laying here. Bless their messages and bless everybody attending. They'll have solutions to their cancer, and we will rid cancer throughout the world. Thank you, Lord, for all your miracles. Amen. All right.
Patricia, thank you very much. And again, ladies and gentlemen, please visit her booth. Remember the number? 144. And then, ladies and gentlemen, again, there is the organic food on the lawn. If you haven't prepaid your parking, there's a table in the alcove area where the author signing table going into the studio or the producer's room. So please do that. And do stop by Malibu Video, sign up for the entire set. Tape Co is outside the ballroom here, and then we will see you back here at 2:30.
I can show my progress. Yes. Oh, sure.
Yeah.
It's not the community.
Who's the lady who's
She's probably still here. I'm going to put it up on the screen.
She can text.
You don't have it on your phone, but I'm going to try to get it up. All right. Thank you.
You have some audio coming up.
Yeah. Waiting for you for an hour.
You have it?
You want this,
Yeah.
stringing?
Yeah.
Somebody was looking Juarez, she couldn't travel.
I need to reset it now anyway.
Okay.
Because
Is there like a way to find it?
if you go onto YouTube and put in,
On YouTube?
yeah, it's on YouTube. Can you go? I'll give you.
Could you see, text me as well?
I don't want to text you. Okay, hang on. Do you know what time they're starting again?